Oops. I'd like to bring this business meeting of Urbana School District 116 to order. Roll call, please, Brenda.
Member Hall. Here. Member Orr.
Here.
Member Ogalski.
Here.
Member Carter is here. Vice President Exum.
Here.
And President Pulaski.
Here, are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? No. Time for citizen statements. If anybody would like to make a statement before the board, there are goldenrod sheets in the back of the room that can be filled out and handed to our recording secretary, Lori Johnson. We'll read them in order. First up is Maggie Byrne. So just tap the little button on the front once, and you're good to go.
So my apologies. I don't think I'm going to be able to sit down here. We'll see. Good evening, and thank you so much for taking time to hear our comments today. My name is Maggie Byrne. I am a 5th grade dual language teacher at Dr. Williams Elementary, where I have worked for 9 years. I was lucky enough to start working in this program when it was just getting off the ground, and I have seen it grow and change through that time. However, this also means that I have observed the unique challenges it has faced and that it is currently facing. I am here to voice my support for the proposal to combine the dual language program into one building because after dedicating my professional career to this program, I wholeheartedly believe that this is what is best for the most students. I always like to start with a reminder that the goal of dual language education is to act as reparations for harm that has been done historically to non-native speakers of English and to those who have lost their languages through systemic issues. I really want it to be stated that this harm has happened in all places, including here, and that the work we are lucky enough to do in this program should always be focused first and foremost on those students for whom the program is intended and for whom the program, for whom the program legally has to exist. I wanted to start with a quote from a student of mine, and it was today, unrelated to this. She was speaking during a time when I said, hey, it's time to be speaking in Spanish, and she said, do you remember when we were in kindergarten and we spoke Spanish all the time? This is a student who Spanish is her first language. Spanish is the language in her home. And I said, yeah, I have heard a lot of kindergartners speaking Spanish in our building. I said, do you not want to speak Spanish with us now? And she said, no. And I asked her why. And she said, well, it's really embarrassing now. I don't mind it with other people here, but when I'm not in this classroom, I'm afraid people will laugh, and people don't always treat me that well when I use it. And now, because I don't use it, I'm embarrassed to use it here. It's not as good as other kids. I don't sound like my parents. It's a big thing for a 10-year-old to have noticed that already she knows her language does not have power outside of the 4 walls of my classroom. We are working so hard in my building to make that different, and I am so incredibly grateful for every single professional who is working for that. But the reality is the space we are in is a strand of a monolingual program. The reality is that English will always have that power, and we are working so hard to combat it, but we're not winning every day. This is not a new sentiment. This is something I hear frequently and have heard frequently since I began teaching 3rd graders 9 years ago. And it worries me. If the goal of this program is bilingualism, biliteracy, and multiculturalism, how do we maintain that when they are afraid to use that language outside of our spaces? How do we do that when they are embarrassed to be bilingual in places where others are not bilingual? So sorry. It's difficult because inherently the structures that we are in are denying a vital piece of a good portion of my students. And that is the piece of them that is bilingual and that will always access a full repertoire of language to communicate most efficiently. I think that it's so important to the social and emotional development of all children, and especially those who have been systemically denied access to their language, to feel that it is important and it has value. I know that's not an intent. I know we work hard to value all children of all backgrounds, but that is the impact it has on children. They are acutely aware that in our space, they are different from others. They are acutely aware that they are not going to sound the same as other people, and for that reason, they do not report problems except to their bilingual teachers. They don't always express needs and joys to other people. They aren't even always willing to celebrate the wonderful things they are accomplishing. And I think that's something that we could address by being in a space where they trust that all the people around them are committed to bilingualism in the same way that their teachers are. I also just wanted to call attention to an issue I keep hearing come up, and that is the potential loss of neighborhood school or a neighborhood school situation. And I want to acknowledge that that's incredibly difficult. I am a family that would be affected when my son is ready to go to school. And personally, it slightly decreases my son's likelihood of being able to get into a dual language program, which as a bilingual parent is really important to me. But I'm not voting for me, and I'm not even voting for him, even though he is usually my #1 priority. Today I have to vote for the most children. Neighborhood schools are a beautiful thing in a lot of cases, but they're not a reality for a lot of kids right now in Urbana. Most of our Latina students are going to school very far from their neighborhood. They do not have the luxury to walk to school, and this would hopefully help to make that time shorter, and it would hopefully also allow some students who have been systemically moved out of Dr. Williams School because of the dual language program by opening up spaces for over 300 students. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Next up is Kathleen Carter.
He's a little bit less likely to grab the microphone. Hi, my name is Kathleen Carter, and I teach 3rd grade Spanish dual language at Dr. Williams Elementary. I came last week to speak to some of the reasons why I support the Spanish DL Committee's proposal, but wanted to highlight some additional ones tonight. By law, we are required to provide a bilingual program to our emergent bilingual students. We are lucky enough to be in a district that believes in building on our students' skills in their home language, rather than rushing them to learn to speak English faster. We have a 2-way dual language model, which means we have speakers from families who speak English, Spanish, or other languages such as Cahual in the home. This provides strong language models as we work towards the 3 pillars of dual language: bilingualism and biliteracy, high academic achievement in both program languages, and sociocultural competence. We love all of our students, but this program is designed for our emergent bilingual students. Many people have asked why more stakeholders are not being more vocal in this process, why there aren't more teachers or family members from different racial or ethnic backgrounds present. I can tell you that coming up here and speaking in front of you is one of the scarier things that I've had to do. There has been so much toxicity and thinly veiled and even overt racism in some of the narratives that I'm hearing out of some spaces. It is no wonder that many of our non-tenured teachers and members of marginalized groups may not feel comfortable stepping up. Posts such as the graphic that was shared on Facebook, which I sent to the board earlier today, with an image of 6 smiling children, 4 who appear to be white, 1 black and 1 Asian, with the caption "Neighborhood Schools," and then a picture of a group of Latinx students smiling with the caption "Learning Center," after October 18th, have made stepping into this conversation feel very unsafe, excuse me. Ultimately, it's about our emergent bilingual students and families. I myself intentionally purchased a house in the Dr. Williams neighborhood my 2nd year of teaching because I love our Dr. Williams students and families. My husband is a monolingual English speaker, and we hoped to try to raise any children we may have in the future bilingually. Moving into a DL neighborhood was important to me, but ultimately it's not about me and any children I may have. It's not about the inconvenience of potentially having to pack up and move my classroom. It is not about being separated from my monolingual colleagues who have become my family here in Urbana. It is about our emergent bilingual students. We are operating within monolingual spaces. I want to be very clear that I do not believe any of our staff or administration have malicious intent. I have seen so much growth at Dr. Williams and Leal in terms of trying to be more inclusive. I have seen how Ms. Jackson continues to try to prioritize getting more materials in Spanish for our DL rooms so that the materials we have available are more equitable. I have seen increased efforts to ensure that communications are being sent home bilingually and that there's increased signage in our building in Spanish. However, the reality is that we are still in a monolingual space the moment that students step outside of our classroom doors. Year after year, students share that they do not feel comfortable speaking in Spanish outside our classroom. Year after year, I have students who do not feel safe walking to different spaces in the building to ask for support. Year after year, I have worked with my students to practice and build confidence with keywords and phrases that they need to be able to interact with monolingual adults in our school, and I still see so many students who are not comfortable doing so. Even something as simple as running out of breakfast and going to another classroom to ask for extra food is something that has caused some of my students to shut down. Year after year, my students return from other spaces in the building and share reports of incidents with me. When I ask if they talked to another adult about it, many tell me they didn't feel comfortable doing it because the adult did not speak Spanish or because they were self-conscious about their English. Even when we talked about intruder drills and what you should do if you happen to be in the hallway when that announcement comes on, I had students who were trying to strategize whose rooms they should go into so that they could communicate with the adult inside. Again, I want to be clear that I do not believe it is the intention of anyone for this to happen, but the reality is that students in our program have this perception. It's about the impact. We talk about the impact of this potential change on students who would move schools socially and emotionally, but what about the impact that this current strand model has on so many of our students within the program? I will be the first to say that if this change is approved and we shift to one dual language building, it will be hard on all of us at first. However, I believe that with time, it will allow us to do right by emergent bilingual students. Please keep the true purpose of this program and the students that it is designed for in mind as you weigh this decision. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next up is Gabe Nardi, followed by Bridget Maloney.
Hi, my name is Gabe Nardi. I teach third grade dual language at Leo. This is my 7th year in that job and my 19th year as a teacher. I'm here to urge the board to vote yes. As a district, we may have not done enough in this process to reach out to everyone that is involved. We could have communicated and marketed better to make sure everyone understood the process and felt consulted. We could have started this process years ago when initial public opinion surveys went out and the gaps in the dual language program started to become apparent. Maybe we could have renovated Wiley School and have a DL school there by now. I acknowledge that this is a change that we are asking for that causes harm. People are mad. They chose to live in a place where they could count on the school their kids attend, and that assumption is being violated. They feel we're pulling the rug out from under them, betraying them, and moving them to another school. Sometimes these changes are difficult and painful. I feel we have to acknowledge the history of marginalization in our city. Through the late 60s, black students were limited to black schools in Urbana. Only through unpopular push of the community and positive steps taken by the school board did change occur. We also must acknowledge the long opposition to the dual language program. The beginnings of DL in Urbana were fraught and full of concern and protest. This is an opportunity to move forward, to give these students what they need to succeed, the equity that we describe in our mission statement. This change will be inconvenient for almost a couple hundred students. We who support it believe that it will improve the outcome for more than 400. In our community, who gets to choose their school? People with the wealth to choose where they live. That is the inequity of neighborhood schools. How is the system fair if the prerequisite for your school is your income? This is a chance to center the needs of marginalized Urbana residents. How do we know that they're marginalized? How can we tell? Look around us. Where are Latinx families in the community? Where do they live? What jobs do they do? Most literally live on the margins of our community, outside Urbana city limits. Do they hold the power? Do they get to make the decisions that affect their lives? Are they represented by someone who shares their culture or language on the school board? Do they know how to advocate within the system to get what they want for their kids? As a teacher in Urbana, we might not make as much money as people in Champaign, but many of us choose to work here because we have autonomy in our classrooms. Teachers around the country feel sometimes that communities don't listen to them. This is a chance to listen to our dual language teachers. We're telling you what we think is best for these students. I acknowledge that I do not identify as Latinx. I am not Hispanic. I'm a white person, and I'm claiming to advocate for the needs of the people that I teach. I believe that the inconvenience of moving some students to other schools from Leo will be outweighed by the growth and support a whole dual language school can provide. In our dual language program, like Maestra had just said, Spanish is underdeveloped and overwhelmed by English. We struggle to recruit and retain bilingual teachers that reflect the diverse cultures of our students. A school devoted to Spanish language instruction will be one in which teachers whose primary language is Spanish, who feel more welcome and therefore empowered. The same systems of power that exist in our community exist in our classrooms. The social cachet belongs to the wealthy and the powerful. They get their way even as children. A school that centers itself around Spanish instruction will center itself around Spanish-speaking children, hopefully correcting this imbalance. I believe that combining the schools into one will help us improve learning as we collaborate and improve teaching with other professionals who are teaching the same population and often need different materials and techniques than our monolingual English-speaking colleagues. We will be able to better balance class sizes across both English and Spanish and avoid the bubbles and the ebbs and flows that have happened in recent years. We will create a school culture that is welcoming to our families that are traditionally excluded due to many obstacles. This removes one of those obstacles. Each child will be able to count on being understood by all the adults in the building, like other people have said. Families can use their dominant language in interactions with the school. I feel sorry, and I realize the hurt that this decision is causing. I cherish my monolingual English colleagues, and I respect the careers they have invested in building the quality of Lille School. I see this as an extension of their work, not an erasure. Hopefully the broader community can see this as a plea to improve the education of a group that needs extra support in order to achieve personal greatness. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Nardi. Bridget Maloney, followed by Janet Leroy.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Maloney. I have the best job in the district. I teach second grade at Lille. This is my 30th year. I am reading this on behalf of 18 teachers, 2 of whom are retired. The majority of these teachers who have signed this letter are in the monolingual program. 2 of them are in the dual language program. As a group, we strongly believe in high-quality public education, the Urbana School District, and in advocating what is best in education for all students. We believe in providing dual language students with quality, research-backed, fully supported best practices. We highly recommend making sure that the following information is of high quality and considered before any permanent decision is made regarding whether or not to house the Spanish-English dual language program at one school. So I'm referring to advocating for option Z that is in the slide presentation. So those 4 criteria are, we would like to see the equity audit that is currently being conducted by the district being taken into consideration. Number 2, the voice of monolingual families and teachers, not just a survey, but a real seat at the decision-making table, because this will impact their children's lives forever. 3, the needs of the DL program as related to curriculum and resources specific to the success and circumstances of the DL program, and any new contractual language from union negotiations. We are advocating for the best interest of the dual language students as well as the monolingual students and families. All of the stakeholders deserve to have a vote. The argument has been made to us that the committee is almost made entirely out of dual language staff and families because they are determining what is best for the dual language program. And while we acknowledge that they have a specific insight to that, when those decisions impact the students in other programs, then those people who are impacted deserve to have a vote too. We have been told that if the math department was investigating changes to a curriculum, they probably wouldn't consult with the science department. However, that ignores the fact that if those changes impact the science department, then they deserve to be consulted as well. It is unconscionable that these families, referring to the monolingual families, the students and teachers have not had a vote in the decision about whether or not to have a one-school dual language program. The exclusion of the monolingual stakeholders has resulted in the loss of the opportunity to build capacity and collaborative relationships within Urbana. Urbana has always taken pride in the collaborative, inclusive nature of our decision-making process. This process has been reflective of this proposal has not been reflective of this practice. It has not taken into consideration all aspects of the lives of the approximately 450 students and families that will be impacted. According to slide 3 of the presentation, the committee's goal was to improve the dual language program. In fact, it reads, In December 2021, the Dual Language Committee was formed to explore program improvement. The committee did that. However, they have not fully explored how this would impact monolingual families. There have been surveys, but those families have not had a vote. It is imperative now that the board meaningfully take time to engage with all the monolingual stakeholders. In addition, as a district, we have agreed that social emotional learning is critical to life and school success. The basis for this development is a degree of safety, security, and predictability. Moving families, especially when they are still recovering from the interruption of learning due to the pandemic, undermines the foundation of social emotional stability. It is not equitable or ethical when their needs have not been taken into full consideration, nor have they had a say in the process. In summary, we strongly urge you to seriously reflect on the best option for all students and strongly suggest that option Z is in the best interest of all stakeholders right now, as well as the future of dual language program. Option Z will allow for this reflection to take place. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Janet. Janet Leroy is next.
Good evening, my name's Janet Leroy. I came to Leo in 1986, and I retired in May, and still love being there. And now, as a substitute, I'm having a blast because I don't have to do email grades, parents. I just get to be with kids, all the kids. When dual language, well, to go back, after Leo was remodeled, we had extra space. The Spanish-speaking population was growing. They were placed at Leo School, which allowed some other children to return to King School, which was closer for them to walk, which is great. We all enjoyed having Spanish-speaking children in our classrooms. Then dual language was brought up as an option. I was on that committee. I was against it because I knew I would lose those children from my classroom. We visited schools in Elgin. I was very impressed. I'm very sorry to hear how children feel at Dr. Williams. I certainly hope they don't feel that way at Leo. I hope that we've done a really good job making them feel comfortable and part of our culture. But I digress. When we were exploring dual language, our experts from the U of I remember them very clearly saying, if you do this, make sure you put it in one building. It needs to grow. So everyone, your principal, your secretaries, your custodian, everyone speaks Spanish. And that didn't happen at that time. And now we're trying to do that now. It seems to me that to put that in a place where you have space to grow. The Spanish-speaking population seems to be growing by leaps and bounds. What happens when Leo is maxed out in a couple of years? We have a couple of buildings in town where you can add on. We have one building with a dual language program that already has early childhood children. So parents could have their children in the same spot from preschool through 5th grade. You could even add on and have a middle school on that campus. I'm also concerned about what's being done to fill classes with certified teachers. There are many teachers in the bilingual program, in the dual language program, that are not certified teachers. And those of us who are certified monolingual teachers have done our best to help those people reach certification and also share with them some of the best practices we've been familiar with. And finally, what this seems to me is redistricting without input. When you tell parents you can choose one of these 3 schools, and that has never been the Urbana way.
Thank you, Ms. Leroy. Next up is Sarah Jansen, followed by James Loomis.
The proposed whole school model seeks to improve outcomes for low-income, disadvantaged households in our community. I was really moved by those early comments about that population. This is an important objective, and it's one I care a lot about. So I thank everyone involved, everyone on the committee, Mr. Nardi, everyone, for working on this really important equity issue. I'm an economist, and I'm an economist who studies global poverty. In my research, I seek to influence policies and programs designed to improve outcomes for poor households who are disadvantaged in developing countries. One thing I've learned from my own work studying anti-poverty interventions globally is that good intentions do not always translate into improved outcomes. And that's my concern here. The committee and some of the early speakers have suggested that the whole school model will be better, in particular for emergent bilingual students. And like I said, that's an important objective. As has been at this point well established, the committee surveyed households with dual language students to gather their opinions. The vast majority of those surveyed in that program are against the proposal, and this includes the majority of families across every demographic. But most importantly, emergent bilingual learners, their parents, the primary population targeted by this change, were overwhelmingly against the proposal. In their own self-assessment, the costs outweigh the gains. It is surprising and even offensive to me that the committee is moving forward for equity reasons when emergent bilingual families are opposed. A vote for the whole school is a vote against the wishes of the families the program intends to help. As an economist, I always think about the costs and benefits of any proposal. In this case, the expected benefits are highly uncertain. Whole school models are extremely rare, and so the research supporting this decision is lacking. There's no evidence that a whole school model performs better than a strand model in terms of learning outcomes. While roughly half of dual language teachers are supportive, it's not the majority that have been claimed. It's less than half according to that survey data. Still, others have raised important concerns, highlighting how the proposal fails to fix the problems related to teacher satisfaction. The committee is asking us to take this huge leap of faith on a large-scale experiment in the hopes, and I heard that word used earlier, hopes that learning outcomes and other things we care about like equity and inclusion, in the hopes that those things will improve and teachers will also be happier. These highly uncertain benefits must be weighed against the cost. The costs are huge. The committee has completely ignored the negative impacts of moving 400 students to a new school. That includes moving emergent bilingual speakers too. The cost to the mental health of these approximately 400 children from such a major move on the heels of a pandemic have been ignored. The logistics and time costs to displaced families in the district are being ignored. And I believe there will be a huge hit to social capital, and that's being ignored too. As a researcher at the university, I'm required to obtain ethical clearance for any research I wish to conduct with humans as subjects. I'm not allowed to propose research involving greater than minimal risk, especially for vulnerable populations like children. Moreover, I'm required to provide evidence that the benefits outweigh the risks. The committee has failed to meet that same standard. If I were to propose an experiment like the whole school model to the Ethics Review Committee at UIUC, I expect it would be rejected. And I hope you do the same.
James Loomis, followed by Tony Allegretti, sorry.
Thank you again for allowing time for community statements. At the last school board meeting, I spoke with you about the bias being shown by the bilingual committee and their lack of professionalism, how families are being ignored, insulted, and lied to. Honestly speaking, I could understand disciplinary actions being taken for this level of malfeasance, but at the same time, I can also understand why they're doing what they're doing. I support expanding the bilingual program. It's going to be necessary. I support prioritizing students with the greatest need and helping teachers. I'm a special education teacher. But it's hard to support the vocal minority of the bilingual committee that's creating an us versus them atmosphere where the ends justify the means. They didn't create a spectrum of proposals and options. There's only one. One proposal that will destroy school communities and scatter students to the wind. This proposal isn't acceptable. We've talked about the harm it will cause. We've talked about how even in the surveys that were only given to bilingual staff and families, there is not support in terms of gaining a majority, that there's a super majority against it. We all understand the concept that separate isn't equal. And in all honesty, I'm not sure that a 90-10 model for instruction is truly bilingual. We keep on hearing about how there's some huge rush, that there's a great need. I am definitely witnessing a great need at the moment, post-COVID. I see a lot of schools are struggling right now. It's not just the bilingual program. But ultimately, it comes down to the basic philosophy of our school district that's displayed on the banner behind you. Whether or not we're better together.
Right, thank you, Mr. Loomis. Next up is Tony Allegretti.
Good evening. I'd first like to call out the board and ask them to reopen digital participation, allowing email public comment, disallowing it, especially shortly after the deluge of emails in May that led to an hour of reading comments, and the cutting it off after, I believe, is anti-democratic, and it impacts those disproportionately who lack the resources, health, and support to give up a Tuesday evening to come here in person. So I would urge the board to reconsider that. This proposal is de facto redistricting, without community support, without academic support, without financial supports. The DL committee is not delaying redistricting by going forward. They're redistricting by deception, by any other name. They are, as we just heard, taking hundreds of kids, throwing them to the wind, and hoping that they land in the school that they want. It's not even school of choice. It's school of chance. You step up to the roulette wheel, you spin, and you hope you land in the school you want. But as we'll see in the presentation, we know there are already overflow problems, and it won't be solved by this proposal. It's a school of chance. It's bad odds. The administration thinks they're going to win, but in the end, the kids are going to lose. You failed to seek input from all community stakeholders, failed to seek input from non-DL parents, failed to seek input from other community members outside of the school district. This committee is still operating without majority support. 43% is not a majority. This board couldn't pass something on a 43% vote. This isn't about equity. You're spending tens of thousands of dollars for an equity audit and making a decision without even considering it. The cost savings are illusory. The proposal tonight says we're going to save potentially one classroom. For all of the costs and expenses, financial, social, emotional, potentially one classroom will be saved. We've heard that the buses will be saved. We'll save 5 buses for the DL program. But there's no talk of the increased busing for the non-DL parents and the non-DL students. It's not discussed in the proposal. We heard a lot about teacher retention previously in May and in other programs and other presentations. You won't find that word in this presentation tonight. 69 slides, no retention issues. Because DL or dual language retention is not a problem. Emails have been sent in my neighborhood showing that every open position in this district is a monolingual position. The DL committee is moving the goalposts on their costs and their benefits in this presentation. The cost savings here are as clear as lunchroom pudding. we heard that, or you'll hear the DL committee dismiss the fact that Urbana won't support this with taxes, that the taxes are already too high. That doesn't just happen. Urbana supports they support the community with public support, with taxes. Urbana supports public investment. They passed the anti-poverty referendum in Cunningham Township. They voted, along with the rest of the county, to increase the forest reserve tax in 2020. This county passed the graduated progressive income tax that failed statewide, in no small part by Urbana. Urbana will pay its taxes. They will support a new school. We've also heard from the DL program that not everyone has a neighborhood school, and that's just not the case. Every student in this district has a neighborhood school right now. Everyone within a close proximity could walk to their school, could bike to their school. Everyone can do that if they want. In fact, the district supports it. We just had a bike and walk to school day. But that gets thrown aside when we're hearing from the DL committee. People drive their cars to Leal as well. I know my own driveway has been blocked because of this. It is not, everyone has a neighborhood school. This program, if we switch to a DL whole school model, the only neighborhood that won't have a DL or that won't have a neighborhood school is the former Leal attendance area. This board is charged with making a decision for the district at large. It's not operating in a vacuum like the DL committee has. So I would urge this board to vote option Y. Thank you.
Next up is Paul Hickson, followed by, oh, sorry, I'm wrong. Sorry, next up is Jennifer Hickson, followed by Paul Hickson. Sorry, I got them crisscrossed.
I'm Jennifer Hickson, and I'm a former ESL teacher at King Elementary, and I am the former multicultural program director for the district. And I'm speaking against the proposal, but I want you to know that I spoke with Joe about the proposal and told him my misgivings before any school site things were determined. So this is not for me about Leal School in particular. Okay, consequences intended and otherwise. I am in favor of developmental bilingual ed, both one-way and two-way, which is dual language. They are the best ways to ensure that young children will become fully fluent and literate in English. Research does support this. And there are many good consequences that flow from this, that they're good for students, families, and communities. But there is no research that supports a one-school model over a strand model for delivery of services. The committee has not, in my mind, demonstrated that their plan to house the entire DL program in one school will provide enough benefit to the students and families in the DL program to warrant transfer of this many students and the district moving away from a neighborhood school model. We have been here before. In the late 60s, Urbana schools desegregated by busing many black students out of the King neighborhood. Having worked there, it was really difficult to tell new neighborhood parents who walked to the school to register their children that their kids couldn't come to King. But at least this busing was initially done, at least partially, in response to black leaders pushing to desegregate the schools. So it had the veneer of generosity to it. At the time, the students from Orchard Downs were bused to King. King became the home of an ESL transitional bilingual ed program as Orchard Downs housed more international students and fewer white Americans. The entire King staff worked to integrate the populations at the school. The most important part of that integration was language learning for everyone. This brought the whole school together. So what were the consequences? At first, the King worked pretty well for the students who went there. The bused black students were separated from the schools they attended. The families couldn't interact as easily with teachers or help in the many ways that families do when they live close and feel connected to the school. The same was true for the international population. Many didn't drive. They rode the bus to our school meetings. Our PTA was mostly neighborhood parents carrying us, not the international parents. In the end, the black families didn't like having their children bused away from King. And around 2000, the district changed course and brought all the black students back to King. The King staff was in favor of this, but they asked the district to wait 1 year and determine how many students would come back and what teachers and staff we might need to meet the needs of these students and get them integrated with the students we already had. That didn't happen. The next year, King was packed. The district hired 2 teachers to help with class load, but there were no classrooms for those teachers. They taught in the library, the gym, the workroom, the hallways, and were packed into crowded classrooms with other teachers and students. It was difficult to breathe. It was so crowded. The following year, we had 2 portable classrooms and the difficulties that involved with that. One consequence of these years of chaos was that we lost many international families, including our very large population of Korean students. They went to Westview, and they never came back. We lost out on the state and federal aid that they brought to the district. And consequence number 2, turned out that Leal didn't have enough kids who qualified for free and reduced lunch to qualify for federal Title I money, so they lost out on a teacher. In 2002, the Spanish speakers were sent to Leal, again, very quickly. The staff felt forced into it. There was not the collaboration that came out of a shared mission that the staff at King had built. The teachers did not want to take time out of their school day for Spanish instruction for English speakers. Why? Because with these decisions, there was not enough time allowed to get, I'm almost done, all the information needed, involve all the various constituencies, or give enough thought to longer-term consequences. We don't want to repeat history. We want to learn from it. Now, if this change goes through, new families who move to the Leal neighborhood will walk to Leal, just as the King families did, and be told that their children can't attend that school. In preparing to write this, I did online searches to check my understandings with the research that has happened since I retired. While researching, I came across Don Holstey's dissertation. Do you remember Superintendent Don Holstey? It was about the achievement of black and white students in Urbana after the busing of black students. The results were iffy. It basically said that changing the structure did not change how staff interacted with students. And that is why research shows that changing to a one-school model does not guarantee better results. It does not mean that what is going on in the school will change between teachers and students, or among students, or among teachers. We might think it will be easier to make those changes, but that is lazy thinking that I don't think works very well. Changing behaviors takes time and effort on the part of everyone. Changing to a one-school model will not improve the way things the way people are hoping they will. And that is what this is, a hope at this point. Do we want to upend the education of 2 schools worth of students
I'm going to have to stop you,
based
I'm
on
sorry.
that hope that is not supported by research?
Next up is Paul Hickston. Please, everybody keep your comments to 5 minutes.
I'm a longtime Urbana resident, having lived here continuously since January 1970. I care deeply about the success of Urbana schools and the success of the dual language program. Bottom line, my roots run deep here, and I want Urbana, the city, Urbana public schools, and the dual language program to not only succeed but thrive. But I must admit, as a citizen, a resident, and a taxpayer who wants only the best for the city and the schools, I'm concerned that this proposal that the administration is presenting to you tonight is not well thought out. And if implemented, it could well have serious negative consequences damaging to the city, Urbana Public Schools, and the dual language program itself. And why do I say that? I begin with looking at the process that has been followed to date. It has been rushed with an urgency that says you must act now, or the problems they have identified will only get worse. As a former administrator myself, I always get a little suspicious when somebody tries to put the rush on me to make a decision quickly and just trust them that this is so urgent. I learned over the course of my career that that was more than often a warning sign that unless data clearly backed up their assertions, it was usually more a sign that the proponents wanted to seal the deal before any more in-depth analysis could be conducted. I looked for that data. I didn't find it. My suspicions were further raised by the administration's own admission multiple times that there is absolutely no research that shows that a dual language program that is moved to a single building will necessarily achieve more academic success for the Spanish-speaking students than can be achieved in a dual strand program. We're just supposed to take it on faith. Then I found it odd that last May, even when those parents who had their kids enrolled in the program, they were surveyed, a majority of them reported they didn't support the proposal. Then, when I heard that the parents of the monolingual option were deliberately excluded from the input process, alarm bells really did go off. We need to recognize that a full third of the dual language committee that you as a school board appointed to consider future paths forward did not vote to approve the proposal last May because they said they needed more information. So I'm faced with a rushed, flawed process that was deliberately set up to exclude any input from parents who were part of the monolingual program. And I started asking myself, what is up here? So that's why my wife and I both attended all 3 open meetings at Leal, DPW, and the middle school. I asked Dr. Wiemelt at the first meeting if the district had done any research to discover why back in May so many people had said they were opposed. What was their motivation? He said, no, we haven't done that. That's probably a good idea. At the next 2 meetings, I asked, had any progress been made on that? And the answer was no. So, absent that, absent any evidence, I made the comment at the middle school meeting that it seemed pretty logical to me that it flowed from a natural desire that most parents and students have to walk to the school that's near them, their neighborhood school. And under the administration's proposed plan, one of those schools was no longer going to be a neighborhood school. Meanwhile, a group of us gathered and were looking at options. And we decided to draw up a petition. And we would make it available as soon as the district released its recommendation. So Friday, the administration released its recommendation, and a petition went out. It was advertised on Nextdoor and WUNA listservs. And tonight I'm here to present to you the list of 591 individuals who in under 72 hours signed that petition. I've sorted the names in zip code order. You will see that approximately 212 people whose zip code is Urbana signed this, an additional 47 signatures from Champaign. And those of us monitoring this have noticed that many of the names of people outside of Champaign-Urbana formerly lived here and have connections. I've printed out copies of the petition for the board members so you can all read it. And I have one copy of the names in list zip code order. I would like to conclude by repeating something that I shared with people on Nextdoor. What I am convinced of is that not just in Urbana, but in many countries I've visited in the world, in areas which have strong neighborhood schools, the school becomes a core, powerful element in the community, for the community. And schools can not only help students, but they can help communities themselves become better places to live. So, as we try to help immigrant families develop successful roots and thrive in their new country, we should also be trying to help neighborhoods become more welcoming of those immigrants. That process requires contact. But here we're proposing isolation, really segregation, that would put all those folks in one building and concentrating all of that rich potential for cultural interaction and bi-directional understanding in a single segregated setting
Please finish.
is a step backward, and one that, if implemented in the future years, I fear our community may look back on with some dismay.
Thank you. Next up is Valerie Caress, followed by Joe Cohen.
How should I distribute these?
Is Valerie Caress still here? Oh, here she comes. Sorry.
Thank you for allowing us to speak before you tonight. I'd like to echo a comment that someone made earlier, that it would be great if comment in writing could be opened back up, because I think there are a lot of people that you're not hearing from. I'd also like to thank the DL committee presenters tonight for helping me frame and focus my comment, because this is such a nuanced and complicated issue, it's hard to know where to start. Tonight's DL committee presentation includes a link labeled WUNA FAQ that is quite obviously a question-answer forum I can only assume is between WUNA parents and the DL committee, both of whom seem to have forgotten that there are families that don't live in WUNA and that are not in the DL program that have a stake in this too. But as is typical throughout all of American history, average working class families are taking the brunt of all of America's socioeconomic problems, and this situation is proving no different. The process of developing a plan to improve the DL program has been flawed, to say the least, from the very beginning, and should have never been driven solely by the DL administrators. That alone is reason to vote no on the proposal. Not everyone has been heard. I guess there are still a lot of families out there that have little to no awareness of this proposal still. Back to the WUNA FAQ. According to this document, and I quote, "According to Dr. Ivory Tatum, redistricting the whole district is a much larger process that involves feedback from all stakeholders in the district." All stakeholders. I find it really peculiar that a potential solution to the DL issue, such as redistricting, needs to involve all stakeholders, but somehow the solution proposed by the DL committee only needs to involve the DL program families and staff, even though it impacts a much larger group of students. Why is that? As a family that applied to be in the DL program but was denied, along with hundreds and probably thousands of other families, we recognize how inequitable the DL program is. Anecdotally, the English-speaking kids that I see get into the DL program have a parent or relative that holds a special position in the district or community, such as teaching or administrating in the district. It's not a chance lottery like the program administrator suggests it is. So many of us wanted to be in the program because we value cultural diversity, cultural awareness, cultural sensitivity, and this proposal takes away any contact our children might have with our local Spanish-speaking population. How does that help anyone? Back to the WUNA FAQ. It's incredibly irritating to me that that is such an important part of this process that it ends up in the presentation, that it's become a WUNA family versus a DL committee issue. Please ask yourself, who's going to suffer the most consequences if you vote yes for a whole school model? Average American families. As usual, The Wuna families will have a choice to either move or place their children in private school, as some have already suggested they plan to do, while the non-DL, non-Wuna families will have to take whatever they're offered and be happy with it. Is that equity? Does this help us develop the strong, better together community that the district likes to claim we have? I don't see how. Please vote no on the proposal. Please research and consider other solutions that are more favorable to all stakeholders. Thank you.
Next up is Joe Cohen, followed by Brian Endress. Joe Cohen, followed by Brian Endress.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm the parent of 2 children at Leo Elementary who are in the monolingual classrooms, but I hold great admiration for the progressive aims of the DL program. Similar to the last speaker, we were crushed when our family, when the program lost our application for the DL program and we were subsequently waitlisted. Still, I appreciate living in a city that makes administrative decisions to better our vulnerable communities, with this one being the immigrant families from Spanish-speaking countries. I say this because in many ways my views have shifted from when I first learned about Dr. Ivory Tatum and the rest of the DL committee's plan to relocate students. I now believe that promoting student learning in native Spanish speakers is the primary motive for displacing English-speaking students from their schools, and that these massive disruptions were not just being instigated for administrative ease. I'm particularly moved hearing from DL teachers, both who spoke here tonight and who spoke last week. I think those students should be proud to have you as teachers as advocates. When a 4th grade teacher last week emphasized with the school board that they were making a difficult decision just like she tells her 10-year-olds, it made sense to me. So in some ways, due to the time afforded by the board's request last spring, my opinions have changed. At the same time, I find myself wondering what monolingual teachers think, and more so, why haven't we heard from them? Was it only DL teachers here last week because the DL committee urged them to come and talk? Could it be that understandably it's uncomfortable for a teacher to publicly oppose their administration and school leadership, if not explicitly welcome to do so? Ms. Bridget, I'm so appreciative you came tonight. I can't wait till Harrison's old enough so I can give all the behavioral details for why he has the best 2nd grader in the country, teacher in the country. Yeah, administrative leadership has decided to select members of the DL committee to be the sole voice throughout this process, as you've heard many speak today. And the absence of monolingual teachers' voices being heard is just one of the examples for why this is problematic. Leadership in the DL program has consistently stated that their charge was to make recommendations for what is best for non-native English speakers and not to consider other students. That answer is satisfactory to me. But nearly 1 year after the proposal became public, why is that still the answer we hear as parents? Who is in charge of looking out for the welfare of the other kids? To be clear, I understand not prioritizing or even giving equal weight to kids who have privileges in so many other domains of life. But is anybody thinking about the consequences of relocating hundreds of kids and how to minimize the threats to their development that will emerge if we follow the DL committee's recommendations? Hundreds of kids, mind you, who have collectively endured the greatest disruption to their development in the form of the pandemic. Estimates are already stating that elementary youth are years, if not decades, behind those who matriculated through the same schools just years before. The DL committee has continually stated that the things we request research for concerning the benefits of the one-school model are unrealistic due to the progressive nature of the unique proposal. But we know school transitions slow learning in elementary youth. What is the school doing to minimize this? Have they considered phasing the program in so any youth whose education was impacted by the pandemic is not impacted again? Are there efforts to make the same specialty staff still the same for learners to help ease the transition? Are there efforts to keep classrooms together so the friends who my 2nd grader weathered the storm with when doing in-person for the first time are the same familiar faces he could see when he enters a totally foreign building for the 2nd time in 3 years? Again, we know transitioning to new settings will impact social, behavioral, and academic outcomes. Who's representing those kids? Why can't I be both sympathetic to a one-school model for the DL program, but not support it until school leadership provides a balanced representation of views on the proposal and develops comprehensive plans to ensure that any sacrifices by other elementary students will be minimized by the relocation plan? Board members, who is even asking these questions, let alone answering them? When we're on the verge of displacing hundreds of elementary school learners, it's not the DL committee, it's not the principals. Who is it? We rightfully discuss equity a lot around this issue. But remember, equity takes many forms. These elementary school students don't have the privilege to advocate for themselves and don't know school board members personally like the administrators do. School board members, you have a difficult decision to make, as the 4th grade DL teacher said last week. I hope you stand up for all these kids across the DL and monolingual programs. And I hope you tell administrators who you have personal relationships with or work alongside that you won't vote for a proposal until they make sure they will not displace kids without the proper community involvement and safeguards in place. I hope you make the difficult decision to hold administrative leaders accountable for providing a comprehensive plan that both maximizes outcomes for the DL program and takes active steps to minimize the burdens we are placing on the other kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Next up, Brian Andres, followed by Cord Schroeder.
Thank you for the time. I want to first state that I support Urbana schools. I have lived here for 20 years without a child in the Urbana school district, but my support has been unwavering. However, I was proud this fall when my daughter entered Leal School to start the first day of kindergarten. And I understood why, for the 20 prior years, I had been such a strong supporter of Urbana schools. I'm a product throughout my entire education of public schools. My father was a public school teacher. My mother was a public school nurse. I was raised in a public school environment. It was also a culturally diverse public school environment. I value that. It's part of who I am, and it's part of who I hope my children will be. There's a lot I could say, but I think a lot of it has already been said. I do want to emphasize the comments made by one of our prior speakers, Sarah Jansen, the development economist who studies poverty. I found that incredibly moving and important to think about good intentions unless they are backed up by sound data-driven policy often fail. We can do better here. We have the time to think through this and do better, and we should. I also want to emphasize something that's been said about social capital, and that our school board, at least how I view it as an Urbana citizen, is charged with thinking broadly about all schools, all students, as well as the community. Because in many aspects, our community is our school. You all represent us beyond and have a closer connection to us as residents of Urbana than our city council does. Your decisions affect all of our lives, whether we have students in the school or not. And I'm troubled when I look at this and the redistricting, because in essence, that is what it is. Without the input, has the potential to destroy the social capital that has been built by the Urbana School District over the years. I may not have lived here as long as many in the audience, but I feel, having lived 20 years, I have a good grasp of that, especially when I didn't have a child in the program. I was just an observer, and I was proud to be in Urbana and to be part of this Urbana School District, even though I didn't have a child there. And I also think that the Leal is an iconic or a historical school that is the foundation of a community. Yes, it has an educational mission, but as members of the school board, you're there for the community. And as an anchor for that community, it's important to do what we can to maintain it. I guess I will close just thinking about legacy and asking you to please don't let your legacy as a board member be the elimination of what has been an iconic community school, especially if that decision is based on a proposal that is simply about hope and might and probably, as opposed to a data-driven answer. Thank you very much.
Cord Schroeder, followed by Ricardo Diaz.
Evening. Unlike the majority of the people behind me in this room, I've come to the last 2 years' meetings and been here. I've seen this board. I can honestly say that there are several members of this board that I don't agree with on every issue. Pretty safe to say that. However, it doesn't mean they're vindictive, mean, or evil people, right? There are several issues, Brian, I can pull you up. There are several issues I didn't agree with you on. I don't think you're a bad guy. Actually, I think you think things through very well, and I think you do the best you can with what you got going on. Right? I think the same for everybody across the board. I think we have a very good group here. Right? On top of that, I actually own a business, and I have lots of employees, and I deal with lots of employee issues. Often, some of my best employees don't necessarily make great leaders. I have an awesome, awesome employee. He's been with us forever. Right? I can hand him anything, he can go take care of it. I give him 3 employees, 2 of them will quit. You know, just the way it is. It's how he is. He's hard to work with, right? He's just not made to be a leader. That's okay. We have a good role for him. He's awesome at it. Great friend. We go out together. There's no issues. Okay? We have great leaders here. We have people that are experts at what they're doing, right? I truly believe that Dr. Ivory Tatum, the rest of the members that are coming to these conclusions, know more than I do about this topic. I firmly believe that. If they're coming to me and saying this is what the best choice is, I truly have to believe in them, right? They're in here to do this job, not me, right? So I am a firm believer in going with what the experts and what the people that are at the most involved and educated on this issue are telling us to do, right? So, a couple things I do want to mention, right? It's not an easy decision, right? There's going to be change. This has been going on for 2 years. One of the things I hope happens here is that we don't kick this can down the road, that we start making decisions to actually make it better, right? And the other thing is, I don't think there's a bad choice here at all. I think every school at Urbana is good. I think every school at Urbana is getting better, right? And I also firmly believe that Dr. Ivory Tatum spends every single day working to make every student have a better life in this school system. I firmly believe that, right? The idea that somehow she would be vindictive towards certain students and helpful towards others seems crazy to me, right? And I mean that, right? And I admit I've had several conversations with her. I don't know her particularly personally, but I've had several conversations with her, and I genuinely believe that. Some of the things people are saying, they may not mean it, but it really does end up saying they think that. They think that she's being vindictive or going after them or going to hurt them personally. This is not that, folks. This is a situation where people are trying to do the best they can to help and make a situation the best it possibly can. And as a business owner, efficiency is a good idea. And this is a situation where we're struggling to get teachers. Just last week, I think it was Mrs. Franklin here, was giving a whole speech about how we are having a hard time finding any teachers to fill any positions. This is a global problem for every school in every area. We're fighting, literally fighting, to get substitutes by raising money and doing whatever we can to get them. So if we have an opportunity to put teachers together and make it more efficient for the teachers there, great. Also, if you guys were here for the previous time, a comfortable work environment is very important. These same teachers requested that they didn't have people that they could talk with, that they could work together with, and that was one of the big benefits to putting it into one school. So again, that seems to make sense to me. Again, from my perspective, our administration is trying to make the teachers more comfortable, the students more comfortable, and along the way make a difficult decision that doesn't make everybody comfortable immediately, but they're doing the best they can with what they have in front of them. So let me double check my notes. Oh, for those of you who don't know, I've lived here almost 20 years. I have 2 kids in the high school. My wife grew up here. Her father grew up here. We are lifers, so go Tigers. And short and sweet, please don't kick the can down the road. Please don't push this off. Start making decisions so we can get this moving forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Ricardo Diaz, followed by Felipe Minental.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be in front of you or directing some words to you. First, a couple of disclaimers. Although I am an immigrant, obviously I can't represent all immigrants, but having been one and still at it, I feel like I have a stake in this decision. Number two, I am Latino, and I don't claim to speak for all Latinos, but I came to this country when I was the first time in 4th grade, and I sorely needed a program like the dual language program. But obviously I survived. I'm here. I now speak English, and I am part of our society trying to make things better. I do very much appreciate the administration's work in preparing this proposal. I was originally in the dual language evaluation committee at the beginning of this year, and then as it morphed to the recommendations, well, that was during the summer, and then I didn't know what happened afterwards, but here I am. I do appreciate that after the pandemic and all the work and all the losses of teachers and everything, that they're still very much focused on creating a proposal for what I consider very much to be my people. I am in constant contact with my monolingual and bilingual families. I do have 2 kids that have gone through the system. My last one is still in dual language, but now at the high school level. And so it might seem like the elementary level doesn't affect me, but certainly it does, because the whole program, I feel, with this decision is threatened. We have, in spite of what's been said, and I don't have the long history in Urbana, it is certain that we need to face change. And when it comes to the data as to what bilingualism and educational systems bring cognitive gains and sometimes not in academic gains at the beginning when kids are transitioning, and I can attest to that since I was also running through a hard time when I was learning English. So I'm aware that the one school model has a lot of benefits. I think the research pretty much backs up that one's identity is validated and taught about, and especially in your native language, then you tend to do better socially and academically. I have to say, though, that if we're going to base ourselves in data when it comes to choosing a model, we should also base ourselves on the data when it comes to our town. And years ago, when I was a parent in one of those meetings in which we talked dual language with Dr. Wiemelt at the time, just Joe at the time, we looked at the data of the benefits of dual language for our kids, and we saw it was positive. I would dare to ask that today we see those numbers. Now the program has been in existence for 10 years. My boy is in 9th grade. He came a year afterwards. And so we should see some of those gains. I wouldn't expect them to be all positive. By the nature of us immigrants, we move around a lot. It's hard in many ways, and including my kids, they can have a hard time as they move around. But we should look at that. We should also see what the evaluation of the dual language program brought to us. I was not part of the elementary section, but I was part of the secondary level. And it's hard. It's hard to see it. And actually, in the high schools, the first kids that came from dual language program moved to high school during the pandemic. So it's no surprise that it would be very hard for that information to be before us. But I believe that there is good reason to say, well, you can't base yourself on the results during the pandemic. But I believe that both educational attainment and the others, we are. To finish up, I don't think it's just more data, but there is a social part here that needs to be considered. All of us in the community need to move, as it says, Urbana together. And I think at this time, we need to hold back a little bit until we see the data and together look at what are the best ways to get to that model that we would wish for all of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Felipe Benental, followed by Claudia Benental.
So is the mic okay? All right. I'm going to try to stick to 5 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again. At the end of the summer, I was here, and we were talking about this issue that we've been talking for a while. And I guess that everybody is very aware that I'm always being a skeptic of the administration, although trusting of it, and that I've also raised my concerns about the process. Also, you are probably aware that I volunteered twice to be in the DL committee, and I was twice denied to be in the committee. And although I have my concerns about how the committee behaved or how the protocol was followed, last time I asked more time, and I thought that we needed to have a longer conversation. I'm actually here in front of you to ask you to actually support our leaders and the people who have been studying this for much longer than us, and to vote yes on this proposal. And the reason to vote yes is not only an issue of efficiency or saving money. It's actually like Maestro Nardi said, is the right thing to do, is the equitable thing to do. And we need to understand that some of the families, they need to be more comfortable with relinquish some of their privilege. I don't have a neighborhood school. In addition, I wanted to glare at the irony that we're talking about dual language Spanish, and all of this conversation has been carried in English. There's not even a hint of an effort to make a translation for the families who are monolingual. By the way, we are a Latino family, and I'm a Latino immigrant. I just happen to be comfortable speaking English, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of my 2 kids who are in the dual language program, but I'm actually trying to raise some of the voices that are not even aware that there's a conversation here, because they don't even know that there's a door that needs to be accessed. So some people in the past have said that the dual language parents are against this proposal, like the Spanish-speaking dual language parents are against this proposal. That is not true, at least from the people that I spoke to in Spanish about this. So they do have our support. We do actually trust, although we're always going to question, we do trust the administration, and as I said many times, we might actually want to do things differently, but I think that the administration has their heart in the right place, and they're doing what is equitable. So in Urbana, we pride ourselves of being progressive, open-minded, to be happy to pay more taxes, to know what is the right thing to do. I think that the right thing to do here is clear. We need to change the way in which schooling has been done. We need to move away from the idea that it's a privilege or that we are entitled to walk to our schools, because many, many, many families in Urbanas don't do it. I don't do it. Right? I was very skeptical of the dual language program early on, but Joe Wimmel actually convinced our family to be part of the program. And I don't regret it for a second. I stopped having a neighborhood school. I have to go more than 2 miles to get to the school of my kids. But I think it's a way of building community, and we have been able to do it. And I think that this is the next step. And I would like to remind some of the people that don't remember is that these growing pains, this resistance that we have here from the same members of the community have been here for a while. There's been, the reason why I got involved in the school system was, when I moved to Urbana, I thought we live in this bubble where everybody kind of thought like us, and everything was okay. We live in this post-racial America where everything was cool. But when there started being racist emails sent through the system opposing the dual language program and the harassment that I heard firsthand from dual language teachers, that's why they need a school. They need their own school, because this is not a comfortable place. I don't feel comfortable with most of the monolingual teachers. I know how they look at me. I feel it. and most of the kids don't feel welcome. So hopefully that's going to change, because the world is changing, and I think that most of us want to move in that direction. But I think that having one school, giving the place that it deserves, is the right thing to do. How we get to this conclusion, you know, we might have different opinions, but I hope that you do what's right, you listen to the leaders, and trust them like you trust last time Dr. Wimelt and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minental. Next up is Claudia Minental, followed by Caitlin Clark.
I am here tonight in support of the One School Dual Language Program. I am a volunteer at Leo, and I have seen firsthand the overwhelming disparity in the bilingual community. Please look around this room. I am here to make sure that the people that do not have a voice have my support. I believe this is the available option we have here today, and I believe this will benefit the families that need it the most. Let's make the right decision today. Thank you.
Thank Caitlin Clark, followed by Lucia Maldonado. Oh, okay. You skipped the, yeah, go to Lucia? Lucia, yes, sorry. I know that.
I wasn't really planning on speaking, so you please forgive me if I'm gonna try to make sense. It's been very hard to be sitting here listening to some of the comments that were shared before, especially the ones talking about Latino families being opposed to having the one model program. As you're aware, we had plenty of conversations with Latino parents. I thought about that maybe it will help you to hear some of my experience from when I was in their shoes many years ago. Two of my children were actually part of the group of students that moved from King School to Leo 21 years ago. Contrary to what was shared before, the school was not extremely welcoming to us Latino parents. There was a sense of us moving from one building where we were creating community to a new building where we were not really welcomed. And we didn't have a lot of voice in that process. I was invited to visit the school with other parents, and that didn't really change many of the things. But I wanted to share that when my kids were at King, and for many years after we moved here, I never really went to the schools. I was not able to speak English. I was not able to communicate with anybody who was not bilingual. So I never really went to the schools. I went to parent-teacher conferences and sometimes to talk to teachers with the help of others, but it was very sporadic. The schools had somebody that was able to provide assistance with translation, but I never really tried to use that person because I didn't want to be a bother. I didn't want to give her trouble with my requests. So I stayed home most of the time. I also was working two jobs, sometimes three, so it was really hard for me to take time to go to the schools to talk about my children's education. What I was doing, I was trusting that the teachers and the administrators were doing the best that they could for my child, because that's what we do back at home in Mexico. As you know, I've been working with the district for many years, and even after all these years, I keep seeing the same thing. Many of the Latino parents work 2 jobs or 3 jobs, and they still trust that we do the best for their children. So when you don't see them here, and I am really, really glad tonight that we don't have Latino parents here because it was extremely hurtful to hear some of the comments. So I'm really, really glad that some of them are not here. But if you don't see them here, it's not because they don't care, it's not because they are opposed, it's because they're trusting they trust a lot in Dr. Wimel. They trust a lot in Lupe Ricconi. They trust you. They trust that you're going to make the right decision. Like I said, it's been very, very helpful. As Latina as a staff member, I feel like I'm gonna still encouraging parents to be involved and to raise their voices. But as a Latina in this community, since last night, I am going to start recommending people to be careful, because I made a mistake last night about reading some of the comments and some of the letters and pictures that are being shared. And it's extremely hurtful to see that privilege and that for some families, the value of their homes is more valuable than the education of all children. So I hope that you take that in consideration. If we really want to get Latino parents involved, we know how to do it and we know how to get their voices. But please know that they are aware, that they are completely on board with this. And for the first time in more than 20 years, we have an opportunity to have one school that we can call our own, that we can walk into that building and feel like it's really home for us and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Caitlin Clark, if anybody else would like to speak before the board, please submit a form to Lori Johnson. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for taking public comment, and thank you for the service on the board. I also just wanted to say thank you for hearing my previous public comments and private comments. I don't have a bunch more to say, but I just wanted to reiterate some primary concerns related to the process. I think that at this point there are a lot of people that could be brought on board, but what we're waiting for is to be invited to the table and to be a part of that conversation. And that comes down to just being not included. My other concern is related to student mental health, and I'm aware that that involves mental health for all students involved. I would just like to see more emphasis on that for all students involved in this decision and figuring out how we're going to support them if this decision is going to go through, because there are students not just in the monolingual program, but also in the dual language program that could potentially be going to different schools, and that disruption does matter. And that really hasn't been attended to with sincere attention. I am concerned about the impact on the entire town from an equity lens, and I hope that we will consider very carefully what that could look like. I do hope that we will continue to foster community in all of our schools and respect for all people. I'm really grateful for the equity audit that's currently going on. One of my concerns is that some of the logistic and environment issues being brought up could be addressed through some strategies with leadership and community building. For example, relying on some of our past examples through King's School, which of course we're recognizing had major flaws, and learning from the past and seeing what we can do to build on that and improve. And that could include investing time and energy to foster trust and communication among staff so that staff can model that for students, and providing leadership that continually brings students together to practice communicating with teacher support. We can't expect things to get better if we just throw people together and we don't provide modeling for how that could look. But I think there is potential. Again, I think that there is potential for bringing both kids and families on board with more conversation. At the moment, though, I'm concerned that we're rushing to a solution that does not fully consider current and future impact, and I am concerned that we're not playing the long game. I think we often see better success with incremental changes, so that's generally what I support. But I think that we need to be very careful about the decision that is being made here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We received one more request for public participation from River Grace Clark.
I think that kids should be heard because
You can say whatever you feel like you need to say.
I think kids should be heard because when I lived in California, I had two friends and their names were Ellie and Issa. And when I moved here, I missed them a lot, and I missed Ellie so much that I wrote her name in the dirt.
Okay.
And it makes me sad to think about it, and that maybe I would have to do that with my friends now. And so I think the schools should stay the way they are, because I think they're great already.
Okay. So you just want to have kids' voices included? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is that it? Okay.
All right, thank you. One last call for participation. Does anybody wish to make a statement before the board? All right, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Anna Seaman for operating our canvas tonight. Thank you very much. There is no call for an executive session after tonight's meeting, thank goodness. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So move. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Commendations and recognitions. So Lucy Kebler, Jody Miller, and Janice Mitchell both received a $500 grant from the Champaign-Urbana Schools Foundation. These are for their CU Schools Foundation Shining Stars Awards. In addition, Janice Mitchell also received an extra $500 for her project, Mrs. Mitchell's Closet. There are no communications tonight. Student Ambassador reports. Parker?
Hi. I just want to talk about, recently there's been a lot of conversation around the high school about school spirit and how a lot of schools feel, or students feel that our school has little to no school spirit. So recently, a group of students have created 2 Instagram accounts. There's been a lot of advocacy for school or students to go to, like sporting events, extracurricular activities, just get more involved. I hear there's a Spirit Week coming up around Halloween that the students are pushing for. So I just thought the board would want to hear about that.
Pretty much, Parker. Our first administrative report tonight is the 2021-2022 Auditors Report from Heather Powell.
While Heather's coming up, I just want to thank Forvis and Heather and her team for all of the hard work that they did on the audit. Heather's going to present to you tonight the results of the audit, and welcome, Heather. She's got a very short presentation. We hopefully won't take much of your time. Take it away.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Happy to be here. Not used to a big crowd for the audit. That's all right. We'll push through that. Like Katie said, I just really want to hit on a few highlights. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time tonight going through this. Really no significant changes this year in the financial statement, so the big document that you got looks pretty similar to what it has in the past. We issued the similar opinion to what we've had in the past. If you remember correctly, that we've talked about that before, that you did not adopt GASB 34. We've also issued the annual financial report, which is on the regulatory basis of accounting, and that's what goes to the state. We also did the single audit, that's over the federal awards, and then a couple of different state required reports that you all hopefully received in your packets. So as I mentioned, really no new accounting standards this year, so the financial statements themselves look pretty similar to last year. There was a lease standard out there, but you all didn't have to incorporate that into your financials this year since you don't report on a government-wide basis. Just to go through these slides really quickly, and I know they're really small, but I think you also have them at your desk. These are the ones that we normally go through. This first one is on fund balances. Did just want to point out that a few of the fund balances did see some improvements. I guess the one thing I will mention there's a score that's calculated in the AFR, and that did improve from review status to recognition status this year. So that's always a good thing for that to be going in that direction. That score was 3.45 last year, 3.7 this year. And then this slide just shows the ed fund expenses. As you can see, they were quite a bit less than budget. Katie and I talked about this a little bit. I think there was maybe some unfilled vacancies, so that might be part of that. They were originally budgeted for, causing that difference. And then on the revenue side, I'm sure all of you remember that we talked about this before, but a couple of things impacting that local, not just the property taxes we always talk about, but the corporate property personal replacement tax was quite a bit higher this year, and maybe the sales tax was higher this year. And then state and federal sources, that just fluctuates year to year based on the timing of when you guys receive grant payments and things like that. And then this last slide is really just the working cash fund cash balance, and that just fluctuates based on the interfund loans to the other funds. So that's the cash balance is up slightly because the loans are down to 4.7 versus 5.4 in 2021. Just a couple other things to run through quickly. As I mentioned, we did perform the single audit over the federal awards. There was no findings to report as a result of that, so that's always good to report that. As far as required communications, we had no past adjustments, so adjustments that we didn't make, and all of the ones that we did make related to the cash to accrual that we normally make, so none of them would be considered errors. And then we did issue a management letter, but there were no new deficiencies that we reported in there, and none of them are material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So that should have also looked pretty similar to in years past. Certainly happy to answer questions, but I did want to thank Katie as well. It was her first year, obviously, going through this with us, and it was a very smooth transition. Staff is always very helpful, and I shared with her earlier that you're one of my only districts that didn't have to request an extension, so good job.
All right, well, thank you very much for a blazingly fast presentation. Board members, any questions? All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, too. Yep, next up is the Spanish Dual Language Committee presentation.
Should we go ahead?
Oh, yeah,
and get
please
started?
go ahead. Sorry, go for it.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Guadalupe Ricconi. I'm the Director of Multilingual Programs for the district.
I'm Joe Wiemelt, Executive Director for Secondary Multilingual Programs and Alternative Education.
So tonight we will begin our presentation by restating Urbana School District's mission statement. So I will take a minute to read this. The mission of Urbana Schools District 116, a multicultural community committed to educational excellence, is to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge, develop skills, and build character to achieve personal greatness and help create a better global society. By providing innovative, comprehensive programs, respecting individual learning styles and cultural differences, and fostering caring and nurturing relationships while engaging each student, every family, and the entire community. Very briefly, I want to go over who the committee members were for this semester. As you may have heard earlier, we did have a larger group for last year that included middle school and high school. As the charge that was given to us in May was to explore more information about elementary, the committee, the elementary group continued and the secondary groups did not. Throughout this semester, we also added some additional members that included parents, as well as certified teachers from Lille as well.
And I'm going to take the next few slides just to unpack and remind all of us about the timeline, the process that has been followed since December of 21. So December of 21 was when the original committee was formed, and as Lupe mentioned, was a preschool through 12th grade committee looking at program improvement and exploring that through the Center for Applied Linguistics Guiding Principles of Dual Language, which was started in January through April. That included the self-assessment at each level, the elementary, middle, and high school level, and looked at programmatic options, analyzed the current state of programming according to those principles, as well as various stakeholders through surveys, forums, et cetera, as has kind of been unpacked already this evening. In May of 2022, we came before you as a board and presented what we had at that time and presented the recommendation to move towards a whole school model of dual language. And at that time, we asked kind of like a straw poll, kind of like what we're talking about tonight, as to whether or not we should continue moving forward and exploring the whole school model. At that time in May, the board said yes, please continue to explore what that would look like, provide additional information, and come back in this school year, which is where we're at this evening. So in the summer, we established an outline of tasks and goals on the community feedback to present to the board. So I just wanted to update that this has been just a reminder, right, that we've been working on this since January of 2022, and as a board gave us the go-ahead to continue exploring the whole dual language model. As we continued in September, we attended faculty meetings at both Lille and Dr. Williams to provide an update. Whoa, sorry about that. I do that like once a week. To provide an update to each faculty, my name badge fell off. An update, answer questions, provide an overview of where things stood with the committee, as well as the timeline, excuse me, the timeline as it relates to coming back to the board. We did that at both Dr. Williams and Lille on the 12th. On the 14th, we held our first roundtable at Lille. The notes from that meeting are linked into this slide. And we continued then establishing cafecitos, which means kind of like small Spanish or small coffee gatherings at both schools, and twice at Dr. Williams to continue to increase the number of participants giving feedback and asking questions and being a part of the process at Dr. Williams, because that was at the time and still is an heard community in regards to where things stand. We had our roundtable at Dr. Williams on October 6th. Those are the notes that are listed there, as well as the WUNA FAQ with October 10th at the middle school. And the reason why that is specific to WUNA is due to a request from particular members from the WUNA neighborhood that compiled a list of questions from different stakeholders within the community, the West Urbana Neighborhood Association, and requested questions be answered at the upcoming roundtable at that time on the 10th of October, which is why we linked that document here, just to provide as much transparency as we can, as we could, as it relates to the questions that people were asking and the answers that we were providing. So it definitely was also, we wanted to make sure and provide it to beyond the West Urbana Neighborhood Association, because there were a lot of really good questions that helped answer a lot of questions and concerns that people held. And there were some things that we weren't able to answer quite yet, and that is all laid out there. So I just wanted to unpack that a little bit as to why there's a WUNA FAQ and not an FAQ outside of that, because it was generated from members within the WUNA community. Next slide, as it relates to where we're at currently. So October 18th is where we're at tonight, and bringing updated information to you as a board related to budget, related to transportation, a recommended school, which as we know has been recommended as Lille School, the site of Lille School, to be the whole dual language school, and impact on families and broader community. So that's our goal to this evening. And full disclosure up front, I'm sure there are more questions that you'll have, that the community has, and things that we need to continue working on between now and December. As a reminder, we've been sharing that we would come back in December for a formal vote, but we do want to pause at the end of this presentation this evening and kind of get a straw poll again from you as a board as to the direction that you would like us to go as a committee. So our next meeting that we have is with our BPAC, Bilingual Parent Advisory Council, which is on the 25th of October. And then as outlined, as we've been sharing, December 6th and 13th would be opportunities to come back to the board with updates based on your requests, based on additional information we need to do, additional work that we need to do, whether that be surveys, engaging more families, or different aspects of our community, et cetera. So that's hopefully part of the conversation that we have with you this evening is what additional information would you like to see by December 6th and 13th. In the spring of 23, we plan on continuing the work around logistics, communication, and rollout for families based on decisions that are made at the board level, and to shift to the whole school model. If the shift to the whole school model is not approved, then we would spend the spring continuing to work on improving with what we can with our strand models, or any other options that may come up in conversation. Spring of 23, we're continuing to work through the equity audit, as has been discussed, and we are planning on doing a external program evaluation with the Center for Applied Linguistics to be completed by the end of spring semester 23 as well, to give us more information, especially in regards to teaching and learning in the classroom, but also across an entire school or strand model, depending on where things stand at that time. The program evaluation and equity audit is going to take place regardless of the decision that's made at the board level. And one of the options that we'll discuss this evening is if you would like us to wait until we have those completed, and we'll discuss what that looks like as well. The next slide is my last slide for a little bit in regards to what we plan on doing around professional development. So in addition to what we've always done internally and at Winter Institutes and in other types of statewide bilingual conferences, we are looking at partnering with the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy. We're exploring this right now. This has not been officially decided. The Center for Teaching for Biliteracy is a framework and organization that provides direct professional development to school districts as it relates to the goals of the pillars of dual language. So the Center for Applied Linguistics provides the framework and the program evaluation, and then this center would provide the direct teacher support as it relates to professional development. What that could look like is the next bullet in regards to one-on-one teacher coaching, classroom observations and feedback from experts from the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy, professional development, as I mentioned already, and fully embedding the 7 pillars of dual language. So they use the same pillars for their guiding framework as it relates to their professional development. So it would all be together as we would move forward. But we're exploring that still as a program and as a district. Back over to Lupe.
So to review, and we shared this information in the spring as well, how the committee was selected. So there were a few key points that when we looked at applicants that we felt would benefit the committee. So obviously first completing the advertised application, being available for the majority, if not all of the meetings, being a parent of a student in the program, and including parents from multiple grade levels, such as primary and intermediate, and parents from both elementary schools, Leal and Dr. Williams. We also included district and building staff that work directly within the program. And we were also looking for candidates that came from a racially diverse background. So as far as the focus of the committee since we last met, so we reunited in July to begin to outline what we wanted to accomplish as we started meeting regularly in August. So some of the things that we reviewed during this time were the financial implications of moving to a whole school model, such as busing and staffing, looking at the effects of transportation on either Leal or Dr. Williams communities, looking at the programmatic growth history and what the projections are since we started in 2012, 2013 up till now, as well as looking at the teacher workload feedback. So what specifically are the challenges that the teachers are feeling, and how does that differ from their monolingual counterparts? As well as looking at data analyzing further the data that we collected from our internal guiding principles, evaluation rubrics, and discussing, what are the areas, what are some things that we can do based on our internal evaluation, and how can we fix those. All of our agendas are linked here as well. So going back to our why, and again, these slides were shared in the spring, so I just want to reiterate some of these. So really thinking about why this is important for the community, for the students, and for the teachers. So really thinking about having equitable access to experiences in their culture and climate all the way throughout their experience. That is one of the 3 pillars of dual language, is that sociocultural competence. Really having equitable access for parent engagement opportunities. We do a great job in our schools with parent engagement, and we offer options at times for our Spanish dominant families, but having a dual language school could provide options that would be fully bilingual and really focus on biliteracy rather than just literacy through a Spanish lens. As well as providing equitable access for our dually identified students. We have, you'll see it from the demographics later, a good, at least around 10% for each building of students that have IEPs in our buildings. Many of those students are dually identified in that they have IEPs as well as they're emergent bilingual, so they have needs that need to be met from multiple lenses. And being able to use our special ed teachers in a more efficient manner by having our students together would be beneficial to them. Having access to the high quality research-based resources needed. There is an inequity of resources across all of our buildings. You especially see that within dual language, where there are some buildings that have more access to materials or additional grants through their PTAs that other buildings don't, and that has created an imbalance. Having ongoing professional development. We've talked a lot about professional development and things we would like to do with our teachers. That is a challenge when they are a strand in a building. Having a whole school model would allow that professional development to occur on an ongoing basis through daily collaborations, through Monday faculty meetings, through school improvement days. Everything would focus on the specific needs that they would have in order to improve their instruction. And then looking at linguistic equity, making sure that the support for our families and our different dialect speakers, because we have many, many families from Central America that not even necessarily only speak Ajobal. Guatemala alone has 25 plus different dialects, and finding a way that we can share our resources for these families within one space to make sure that they are all getting access. We have talked about staffing, recruitment and retention. Teachers, as you have heard, many of our teachers, this is what they want, and this is what they want to teach in. And we want to continue to improve our program so that we can continue to attract great teachers. Looking at the class size balancing, we had talked about, and you had heard how, this week and in the prior public comment about how one building might have a very large class, but their counterparts at another building have very small classes. Being in one building would provide more equitable balance between all those. Again, with the resources, having more resources or some resources at one building that aren't in another, that makes it very challenging for a teacher. Looking at the administrative experience, we have some great administrators, and you have heard that all of the administrators at both of these buildings are doing an amazing job. It is a challenge, and you will see later that we heard from teachers, however, that sometimes not having an administrator that speaks Spanish or not having an administrator that is trained in bilingual and ESL can sometimes make it challenging for them to really improve their practice to the level that they want to. Looking at the workload, there are lots of materials that we could, that teachers spend a lot of times translating. Are there materials out there that we could potentially purchase? In the years that I have been doing this as a teacher and as an administrator, there's a lot of materials out there that are very poorly translated, that are very poorly put together, or that are put together from a monolingual education perspective, and they are just translated. And that is something that we have to vet and be very careful when we buy things. So the argument to say, well, why don't we just buy them more things? There might be more things, but they're not necessarily of the highest caliber that we really want to present to our children. We had talked about collaboration. This year, the teachers were fortunate enough for almost all but one grade level to have one collaboration time of 30 minutes, if they're lucky, on Zoom between both buildings. For one grade level, that was not possible. And as any teacher knows, walking your kids to a special, getting back to your room, getting Zoom set up, that 30 minutes very quickly becomes 20 minutes. So as Dr. Wiemelt had stated, and as we had shared, last week. The program recommendation is the committee, after reviewing all of the information that they did, recommended that the Spanish K-5 dual language program be unified to a whole school at Leal Elementary for the 23-24 school year. So analyzing a little bit the vote for the school. So you will see that 17 people participated in the vote. 1 voting member elected not to vote. The 4 facilitators of the committee did not participate in the vote, and we did have 1 member who was not eligible to participate in the vote, and that was based on attendance. As far as what the decision was, of the 17 people that participated in the vote, 11 felt that Leal was the best option. 6 of the participants did feel like they still needed a little bit more information in order to decide.
This goes to Kim.
Okay, so looking at things a little bit further with this recommendation, current Leal students who live within 1.5 miles of Wiley could choose to enroll at Wiley and walk to school. Current Leal students who live within 1.5 miles of King could choose to enroll at King and be provided a bus due to University Avenue being an Illinois Department of Transportation road hazard. Current Leal students who live outside of 1.5 miles of any other schools could choose to attend Yankee Ridge, Thomas Paine, or Dr. Williams with transportation provided. So following this recommendation, families would have a 60-day window to make a selection with a closing date on March 31st, 2023. The elementary schools will offer tours for non-DL and current DL families during the school day and evenings to help with these decisions. The district will offer question and answer sessions for families. Grandfathering options for current students and their siblings will be honored for all years that the children are in elementary school until a full redistricting plan is completed. So this would then, once their decision was made, that would become their home school.
So looking at the enrollment options for dual language students who opt to withdraw from dual language, because that has been discussed. If a student who's participating in dual language and is not identified as an emergent bilingual were to decide to withdraw from the dual language program, then they would then be assigned to their home school or follow the process for school selection that Ms. Norton just mentioned. If a dual language student participating in the program is an emergent bilingual student, and they decide that they don't want to continue in the program, then they would be required to waive bilingual services and then be assigned to their home school where they could receive ESL pullout or waive all of their services together and follow the process for school selection. So the next few slides are looking at some of the enrollment trends and projections that we discussed as a committee. So for visibility purposes, you'll see that Leal is in green and Dr. Williams is in purple. So this is currently the classrooms at Dr. Williams that are monolingual and the classes that are at Leal that are monolingual. You'll see the grade level totals reflect all of the students that are in kindergarten at both Leal and Dr. Williams. That total divided by contractual max, as many of you know, our collective bargaining agreement has a contractual maximum for all of our classrooms. So that number, 2.78, for example, for kindergarten, is the total of students divided by the contractual max. So currently, there are 3 classrooms across kindergarten, across Dr. Williams and Leal. Based on the contractual max, which is 2.78, you can't have 0.78 of a classroom, you would still need 3. And you will see that that calculation continues, and then when you get down to second grade, across all of second grade at both buildings, there are 86 students. If you take those 86 students and divide it by that contractual max, you would actually only necessitate 3 classrooms rather than 4 if they were all in one building. And that is the same for third grade for fourth grade. Fifth grade would still need 3 based on the numbers that they have right now. Now, if this were to shift and all of the monolingual students at both Leal and Dr. Williams were combined into one building, this is the same process, but for next year. So you would see that, for example, at second grade, currently the total enrollment for, and again, this is assuming that all students stay at go from just Leal to Dr. Williams, which, as we've presented, that may not happen because they could have other options. As well, this is assuming that the numbers that are current would be the same numbers that we would have next year, which we know there are move-ins and there are students that leave, but we don't have that information at that point because that hasn't happened yet. So for second grade, you'll see that, for example, there would be 79 students across all of second grade in all 4 of those classrooms. But if you take the total number of students divided by the contractual maximum, you would only need 3 classrooms in order to still be within the contractual limit. And that would be the same for third and for fourth. And this is doing the same exercise, but expanding another year to 24-25 for our monolingual classrooms. And again, you can see the differences at third, fourth, and fifth, where still staying within the contractual limit, the classroom numbers could decrease. The number of classrooms needed could decrease if those students were combined at both buildings. So going on to the next slide, this is currently our dual language enrollment at both Leal and at Dr. Williams. And what you can see right now is that if you look at the number of classrooms that we have using a strand model that we currently have, that's 21 classrooms. You can also see that between Dr. Williams and at Leal, there are some grade levels where the numbers are larger. For example, third grade at Dr. Williams is substantially larger than the third grades at Leal. As well as if you look at fifth grade, the number at Leal is substantially larger than the numbers at Dr. Williams. So if these classrooms were to be combined into one building, if they were combined into one building using the current numbers, you will see that at some grade levels, you wouldn't need 4 classrooms for dual language. Like at second grade, you would only need 3. Same for third grade. There are 3 and there are 2. You would only need 2. So one thing that has come up as well with this is that the need for teaching assistants, because bilingual classrooms are required to be 90% smaller than the average of that grade level. That is true if the bilingual classroom is entirely EL. As you know, we have a 2-way program, which means that some of our students are not EL in that classroom. So if we had that many ELs in the classroom, only, yes, we would need to honor that. I'm very thankful to the administration and HR that we have been able to staff TAs at our buildings and renew them annually, so that way they can float and provide support as needed. Even though we haven't necessarily always reached that 90%, but we do that because over the year, throughout the year, we continue to get move-ins, and that prepares us to best support them for when they arrive. For 23-24, again, this is the same exercise, assuming that all numbers, just shift up a year. You can also see again that third grade would be wouldn't necessitate 4 classrooms. You could do 3. For fourth grade, you wouldn't need 3 classrooms. You could do 2. As well as for fifth grade, you wouldn't need 4 classrooms. You could do 3. Now, for the next year, for 24-25, again with the same exercise, this would actually not see a change in the number of teachers, but there is a number that I want to point out here, which is the number 19. Currently at Leal, there is enough space for exactly 19 teacher classrooms while still honoring having 3 dedicated fine arts classrooms. What we found when we just rolled the numbers up a year, again, not necessarily knowing students that are leaving or moving in, would be that in 25-26, if the numbers stayed relatively the same, it could necessitate one of the fine arts classrooms teaching from a cart or possibly teaching from the multi-purpose room like they used to in the past. Another thing that has been brought up is why don't we do this one grade level at a time? Why isn't there a slow rollout? So again, remembering that Leo only has 19 classrooms for dedicated class in order to keep those 3 fine arts spaces, what you'll see here is that if there are 4 kindergartens next year, which dual language is the green, and monolingual are the classes in blue, you'll see that in order to do just a 1 grade level at a time rollout, that would take up 22 classrooms, which Leo does not have right now, unless every single fine art teacher teaches from a cart. And the reason why you can't just combine classes across grade level, like I demonstrated in the previous exercise, because you can't combine dual language classes with monolingual classes. So it does say, for example, at 2nd and 3rd grade, that based on the total number of enrollment divided by the contractual max, that you should only need 3. True, but based on numbers, yes, but you can't combine the monolingual classrooms with the dual language classrooms, and even within each other without going over the contractual max. So you would still need to have all 4 classrooms, even though this number is 3.
Okay, so looking at the demographic comparison where we're currently at and compared to the proposed changes, if you look at the first row across with our emergent bilingual students, Dr. Williams currently is at 29.5%, Leal's at 35.2%, a monolingual with proposed change would be at 5.85% for emergent bilinguals, and dual language would be at 60.6%. Moving down to the second row, students with IEPs at Dr. Williams is currently at 14.6%, at Leal at 10.5%. With the proposed change for monolingual, it would be 14.5%, and dual language a little over 11%. So moving down a little bit, I wanted to focus on home language for English and Spanish. So currently at Dr. Williams, English is 63.9%, Leal is 52.9%. With the proposed change for monolingual, it would be English 89.4%, and in the dual language school, home language English at 25.8%. For Spanish, currently at Dr. Williams, the home language for Spanish is 33.2%. At Leal, a little over 38%. With the proposed change for monolingual, Spanish would be 3.04%, and for dual language, a little over 70%. And then also, you can see the racial demographic breakdown, but I wanted to look at the last row and looking at the percent of students of color. Currently at Dr. Williams, it's 70.8%, at Leal at 57.3%. With the proposed change for monolingual, students of color would be 63.7%, and for dual language at 74.4%. The next slide, the table represents the changes from year to year with students that have had to be displaced due to capacity issues at DPW. So you can see at 2017 it was 71 students, and these are students that could be living right next to the school, but due to capacity were placed in another school. 2018, 62, 2019, 31, 2020, 25 students, 2021, 53, and 2022. This year we've had 64 students. So you can see the past 6 years we've had a total of 306 students, which is a school in itself. This particular year, Yankee Ridge has taken on most of the students that were overflow for DPW. Yankee Ridge has also taken on 45 students or not 40, they took 45 this year, but they also took 24 from Thomas Paine as part of the reconstruction process that we're going through right now. And we had 19 students that were overflowed to King due to kindergarten sizes, and it could have been with siblings from all of these changes, this domino effect that we've experienced. So you can see that we've had, looking at DPW again, the past 6 years, 306 students that that was their neighborhood that were forced to move. So we acknowledge that COVID has further exacerbated the impact of families across the district, especially our historically marginalized families with limited opportunity and access to resources. So looking at the chart that I just shared, beginning with the 23-24 school year, families that were overflowed to other elementary schools that were from the return from remote learning, that would be 117 students. We would propose that they would have the option to return to Dr. Williams School. And then I also wanted to mention petitioning. I wish we could have gone back farther on this with some of the administrative changes. We only had the spreadsheets back from 2020 when this administration started. So looking at petitioners that were accepted to DPW and Leal, in 2020 it was 14 to DPW and 31 to Leal. 2021, 10 to DPW and 21 to Leal. And then this year, 14 to DPW and 17 to Leal. And so primarily students were accepted. Some things that we consider is if it's a student that's been there the majority of their time, we wouldn't force them to move their 4th or 5th year. But this is particularly challenging with our capacity issues that we're facing, and why we're recommending some of the proposed changes. It's harder to accept the petition students with enrollment the way it currently stands.
Okay, so John and I are going to talk busing. Before we do that, John, can you go back to the DPW overflow slide? I just wanted to give additional context. We started that in the 2016-2017 school year. I was in Kim's role when we started that. And I know when Lupe shared the slides, if anyone was really paying attention to the class size numbers, those class size numbers at Dr. Williams are not every single class at capacity. So people watching in public or sitting in the audience might be thinking, well, why are we capping DPW? So back in 2016 when we made that decision, the numbers at Dr. Williams were above 500. And the committee decided, we had a working committee working with the families in that neighborhood. We decided 450 was what we could handle capacity-wise. That wasn't based on, 25, 25, 25 every classroom. The reason we chose 450 was just for the safety and security and supervision of the students. If you put 450 students on a playground, out arriving, a dismissal, at that time, the building had not been renovated, so there was one lunchroom. Trying to serve 450 students lunch is still a challenge every day. It was even more so a challenge back then. And so that is why we have that enrollment cap. It isn't just because every single class is always at our class size language capacity. It's also just for the resources that we, lunchroom supervision, crossing guards, the additional buses, and just the ability for the teachers to be able to support that many students. So they range around that 440, 450, 460, but there could be on any given year over any year over 500 students in that building, which we're going to talk about redistricting on another slide, but I just wanted to point that out. So John and I are going to talk busing a little bit. John is going to explain the chart first, though.
Yep. So we don't know exactly where every student is going to live next year, but we can make some reasonable approximations of how the different shifts would affect busing based on orthogonal street addresses and the current IDOT and district hazards at University Drive, the railroad tracks, and the interstate. So based on that, these are the numbers that we had. As you can see in that top row, this is all of the students who are currently eligible for buses. Just because they're eligible doesn't necessarily mean they take advantage of bus services, but those are the number of currently eligible students. So at Leal, there are 144 bus eligible students. At DPW, there are 175 bus eligible students, making the total of current students 319. So moving the dual language program to Leal and the monolingual program to DPW, that affects the students so that there are 266 eligible at Leal in the dual language program. And then there are 221 at DPW in the monolingual program. So the total would be 487, which would be a net of 168. So this doesn't include students who might change programs as we haven't before. And there are also some efficiencies that you can gain through economies of scale, where a lot of the same dual language students are living in the same areas, and a lot of the current Leal monolingual students are again living in a rather compact area. One other thing that we considered was of the new monolingual students, if they chose to go to one of the other schools, how many of those would be within walking distance from one of the other schools. Again, just to approximate things, we chose one of the elementary schools that was very close to 3 of the other elementary schools. And of the monolingual students who were newly bus eligible under the Leal dual language program, 65 of those would be eligible to walk to one of the other schools, or particularly Wiley. We also did the same analysis for moving the dual language program to DPW and the monolingual program to Leal, and you can see those numbers there as well are a little bit higher. So.
Okay. So under John's chart there, we currently have, we have 33 buses at our disposal. And so the folks at First Student say they used to say it to Carol and I, now they say it to Katie and I. You have 33 buses, you can use them however you'd like to use them. So right now, our overflow, as Kim already described, is 64 students that we are overflowing from Dr. Williams, in addition to the students that we've had to send from Thomas Paine due to construction needs, and the students that we're busing to Yankee Ridge are stressing our system a little bit. They're feeling the stress and the pressure of that. But they are always willing to partner with this, and they will basically work with us to do whatever we need to do to make this happen, if that's what we decide to do. So of our 33 buses, currently 8 of those buses are assigned to the attendance areas serving Dr. Williams and Leal for our emergent bilingual students. I know that sounds like a exaggeration of resources, but they sent me every single route and every single student who is on those 8 buses. Because of the way we are currently overflowing, we do have, as Lupe mentioned, we do have a few students who actually are Spanish speaking or emergent bilingual, who are not attending Leal and Dr. Williams because they may be Conco Ball, or they may have decided they did not want dual language, who are at King and getting their ESL services instead. So of those 8 buses, they primarily pick up 254 students from Ivanhoe, Liberty Commons, and Northwood, which are 3 residential communities that our emergent bilingual families choose to live. They transport them to those schools basically for the dual language program. By moving to a whole school model, we will improve our bus efficiency. Granted, I know we have no way as of today, October 18th, to determine how many families that our monolingual families might decide to walk, might decide to be a car rider, or might decide to ride the bus. We don't know that right now. That would definitely be something that we would engage those families. Now that the school has been offered up in terms of where we would unify the program, now that we've shared some of the options based on enrollment, to where families might decide to select to have their students attend, families would be given plenty of opportunity to make those decisions. On the slide where Kim kind of talked about that timeline, those are not things, I just want to clarify, that we talked about with the committee. So if we have committee members watching, as we were putting together the presentation, we did feel it was really important to give everybody additional information that we can still fine tune and we can still work through those logistics with members of our committee. But we felt it was really important tonight to be able to say we'd open up that process for a significant amount of time. We'd give families plenty of time to tour schools, to visit schools, to ask questions before they'd be asked to make a decision. So we'll, again, depending on what we decide tonight, continue to have those conversations with the committee. But I didn't want committee members sitting at home saying, we didn't talk about February 1st. We talked about that as an administrative team and felt like that would be a good starting point to bring forward to the board tonight. So back to busing. Again, we have no idea how many people and what families might decide to do in terms of how they would choose to get their kids to school, whether it be walking, dropping off to King, Thomas Paine, or Yankee Ridge themselves, or taking us up on busing. So I can't give you those numbers tonight, but just based on the number of buses that we know will be picking up emergent bilingual students in Ivanhoe, Liberty Commons, and Northwood, we will be improving our efficiency because we'll be going from 8 buses doing that to probably 3. Which would, again, and we're a very mobile community, so we don't know, but based on our current numbers, that is about what we would need to make those routes happen. That would leave us several buses available for families who might choose to utilize transportation if we were to go to a whole school model. First Student would dedicate buses for the current non-DL families at Lille who qualify for busing to a new school outside a 1.5 miles. As John showed on his slide, I believe there were 65 families who could choose to walk to Wiley. So we can go back. Non-DL families that move into the current Lille attendance area during the school year would also be provided the same selection options, and the district would also provide transportation for those families until a full redistricting plan is completed. One thing that we've also talked to First Student about, I kind of mentioned having 8 buses going into Ivanhoe and to just those 3 areas is a pretty inefficient use of our transportation model. Something that we've talked about before but not done is exploring more of a tiered bus opportunity. So that's something Champaign does with all of their buses. We currently tier buses in the district. So we have elementary buses. So what tiering means is we have one bus that might be picked up and utilized in multiple places. So right now we have some of our elementary schools where buses pick up elementary students, drop off elementary students, and then they leave there and go pick up early childhood students because early childhood has a later start. We also do the same thing for the middle school. So we have some elementary buses that pick up elementary students, drop them off, and then go pick up some of our middle schoolers because the middle school also starts a little bit later than elementary. So in terms of saving us money, which I know this is, we're not making this decision based on a cost savings, but one thing that we do know is that by tiering buses, we do save a little bit of money because we're able to group the costs because we have a couple of routes using one bus. By moving to a whole school model will allow us more flexibility, the opportunity to shorten the bus ride. Our emergent bilingual students get picked up very early, and because those buses go to several different residential communities, they're on the bus longer than some of our other young people. So by having a tiered model, they would be getting picked up right in their community and taken directly to their whole school. So a very one-stop shop kind of thing. They get picked up and taken right to school, which would shorten their bus ride significantly. By also tiering, what we would do in terms of tiering is once those let me flip-flop that. We talked about having an alternate stop time for the DL whole school in order to be able to tier. So one thing that first student, we've talked about this, we just have never done it. And this would definitely be an opportunity for us to do something like this. So the dual language whole school day would tentatively be 8:30 to 3:30. I say tentatively because that is not something that we've talked with the UEA about. We'd have to have a lot of conversations with the teachers who would be working in that space because that would be a change in their current working conditions in school day. But just from the teachers that are on the committee, they were really excited about the possibility of having an 8:30 to 3:30 day. That would not help us in terms of providing professional development opportunities and things like that after school. We already struggle a little bit with the fact that the middle school doesn't dismiss until after 3:30 and early childhood doesn't dismiss until after 3:30. However, it would give us an opportunity if we were doing, like just yesterday we had yesterday we had Dr. Dubiel's, one of her equity sessions. And because we have dismissal time for several different levels, not all at the same time, it is a challenge for us when we want to do a after-school PD. However, the benefit of having the tiered model and having the ability to be able to utilize those buses to pick up non-DL students, deliver them to the other schools, and then go pick up the bilingual, emergent bilingual students from Ivanhoe, Liberty Commons, and Northwood would make it worth the time and effort to make that work. And redistricting. So I know in our comments tonight we've heard this, in all of the community roundtables, I believe it's come up. And we have had a lot of discussions about full redistricting within the committee, and we've heard the comments from the public. So we discussed it. I know many of the board members here don't remember the full redistricting process, but I do. I was a principal at King at the time. It was in 2011. And we spent a year and a half, and it was really, really difficult. Moving forward, in addition to this is a very urgent need. I think everyone here recognizes that it is really important for us to redistrict. We've heard about the overflow to Dr. Williams. The reason we were able to send so many students from Dr. Williams to Yankee Ridge is they have room where other buildings don't. We're going to be having new classrooms at Thomas Paine. We continue to talk about Wiley and what is on the horizon for Wiley School in terms of their remodel. And something we haven't even discussed with the board, and Dr. Weemelt and I have talked about this a lot, is we need to talk about UMS. We have one of the largest middle schools in the state, and it is continuing to grow. We're getting close to almost 1,100 kids in that building. It's almost like a high school. So that is definitely part of the conversations that need to happen, which is why when we say redistricting won't be something we can do in 6 months or just a few months, it's going to take a lot of time. Our last redistricting process did not happen publicly. We weren't noticing the board meetings. We were meeting over at RPC. Moving forward, that won't be able to be an option. Every single meeting will have to be a public meeting. We'll need to invite people in. We'll have to notice meetings. And we'll have to have those conversations publicly, which unfortunately slows the process down a little bit when we have to notice meetings and shared meeting minutes and those kinds of things. But so when we say things like it will involve all the stakeholders, that means we'll probably have to have people from every single school, an administrator, parents, teachers, board members, community members. It'll be a pretty involved process. At the same time, when we're talking about redistricting, we also need to talk about our aging and crowded facilities. So again, if you look at our enrollment reports with the board, which the board gets, we have some buildings that are full and experiencing a lot of class size issues, and then we have other buildings that are the complete opposite. So we'd have to really correct some of those issues, and in order to do that, we will be moving whole neighborhoods and picking up groups and moving them in order to fix our current attendance boundary issues. But at the same time that we're doing that, we also have to talk about the capacity of our facilities. So we will almost need 2 working groups happening at the same time when we do that. We discussed that at the committee and felt like because of the urgent needs in the dual language program, we don't have a 1.5 years or 2 years to figure out the redistricting pieces. And I honestly don't know how long that will take. And I honestly don't know how long that will take with almost a new board. I mean, we don't know how many board members we will have here who have any historical knowledge, who have been part of a redistricting process before. We could be doing this with a brand new board. So I think that will also slow the process down significantly. And next slide. So other comments that have been, we've heard and shared via email is talking about building a new school. So I know that is something, it sounds really easy, but it really isn't. It's very involved. And Katie, you jump in if I don't explain something on this slide. So right now, anybody who's been really kind of following the Thomas Paine project for the last 2 years, we have tied up basically all of our sales tax dollars, our pay-as-you-go funds, to complete the Thomas Paine project, which, because of COVID and costs, you know, we added several $1 million to that project, not because we wanted to, but because we had to. So we currently don't have funds available to make future bond payments if we were to move forward to talking about a referendum. I looked into the referendum process. I talked to Stiefel, our bond, what are they, agent, and they shared the timelines with us. So we've missed the upcoming ballot where we've missed the timeline and the deadline to get that on a ballot for this upcoming election. It would be really tight to get it on for the next one. A referendum would need to be passed by Urbana voters in order to ask for a tax increase. We've listed there our tax rate in comparison to Champaign and Savoy. So in Champaign County, our tax rates, as you can see, are the highest of our neighbors. I know I've heard people tonight, and I'm an Urbana resident, so I think people live in Urbana because they want to. And we know that we're going to pay more taxes if you're a homeowner, but we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we're taxing ourselves, where people are just choosing not to come here and build or buy homes because our tax rate is so high. We also wonder if that would be something that Urbana voters would be interested in. So we discussed it at the committee, but based on these challenges, you know, our inability to pay any bond payments right now because of the Thomas Paine project, Our high tax rates, we felt like that wasn't something that we could bring forward as a recommendation to the board. Katie, you want to add anything? Oh, turn your mic off. Yep.
I agree. That is what we discussed, and it's not just a matter of the differential between the tax rates of the different cities, but it's there just isn't support, I don't think, at a city level for a rate increase at any of the taxing districts that are within the rate of Urbana. So it would be a very difficult thing to do, to expect taxpayers in Urbana to pay even more and not expect people to move out of the city to one of the nearby neighboring cities that have lower rates.
And the city would have to agree and.
No, they don't, but I just think that we would get pushback from other, the
Taxing
city's
bodies.
trying to recruit more people to live in this community, and it's difficult to do if the taxing districts involved raise their rates further.
Okay, thank you, Katie. So, impact to teaching assignments. I know when we were here talking last spring, we talked a lot about our recruitment and retention issues. I know we've kind of shored those gaps up a little bit, and this year we aren't experiencing as many long-term subs, which is a huge celebration. I know we have a couple, but at least we have classrooms covered with competent teachers. They may not all be licensed DL teachers, but we're happy about that. And we should knock on wood somewhere before that should have even put that out into the space. So, but something that we haven't talked about here is the impact for our current staff. I'm looking at our LEAL teachers. I joined the LEAL staff meeting when we talked about this a little bit. So Dr. Wiemelt and I went to LEAL, and Kim and Lupe went to Dr. Williams, and we had some just Q&A with staff. And this is something that I think our current staff are really thinking about, like what does this mean for them? So what we've talked about, I'm sharing this instead of Dr. Franklin because I was part of the committee and part of the conversations, but Angie, jump in if you want to add anything. So what we've shared with teachers is that everybody would have a position. So anyone being renewed would be able to continue in an area in which they're licensed. Teachers would follow our vacancy and transfer process that's outlined in our CBA. We have an agreement with our union, and vacancies, promotions, transfers, there's some very specific language there, so we would definitely be following that language as part of this process. One thing that we reassured the teachers is that we would wait. So we usually post our vacancies in the spring. We like to get our vacancies up before our friends around us so we can get our positions up and out into the airwaves before other districts do. So that's why we're really bringing the RIF list to the board in March. We don't like to wait. Some districts wait till April or May to post positions. We prefer not to do that. However, if this change were to move forward, we would hold off on posting our elementary positions externally, which means to the broader community or to anyone looking for a job, until those folks impacted at LEAL would be given an opportunity to either express interest or to apply internally. Dr. Franklin didn't hear this part, and I didn't put it on the slide, but I even told the LEAL people we would meet with them one-on-one and have people, talk to us about what they wish, what their hope and wish and dream might be in whatever position they might want to do. So we would really try to have those as individual conversations. And lastly, based on the job openings and retirements, we've looked back for the last few years and thinking about the people who would need to move and look for another position in the district. We expect that there will be multiple elementary positions available. So we won't have people all kind of trying to vie for the same position. We'll have options, and we definitely want to be able to make sure people are in a space that they are comfortable with and happy with.
Okay, this is back to me, and to discuss the options before us this evening and before you. After this slide, actually, if you don't mind jumping to the next slide, just real quick, The remainder of this 72-page PowerPoint, 72-slide PowerPoint, is additional resources that we have available to discuss upon your request or questions that you have. We can definitely spend time going into that, the outcome data with map assessments, teacher survey data up from the most recent surveying on the committee, dual language self-assessment, and equity audit program evaluation information. But we'll save that just for questions and just for your reference. Jumping back to the previous slide is the options right now that we would like to consider and to get some feedback from you as a board, as well as answering questions or any further discussion. We labeled them XYZ. Option X is our recommendation. So our recommendation is the whole school model at Leal School, starting next school year, 23-24 school year. We would return to you in December for the formal vote for that option. So that's option X. So that's our recommendation as a committee and as an administrative team. If, because of the dialogue and conversations that we've been having for the past 6 months, and when we were back here in May and asked for your guidance in regards to if this was a for sure no from you as a board to tell us then, and you asked us to get more information and come back in October. We would like to revisit that as well. If you are, we'd like to ask for some straw poll or conversation that if you are already a solid no as a board, we don't want to spend the next 2 months continuing to work on a whole school model. We want to start working on strengthening our strand model. And so that would be option Y as a straw poll. And then option Z would be to pause and wait until the end of the school year once our equity audit and program evaluation is complete. So this might be you are still very interested in learning more about the whole school model. You're not ready to start that next school year because we would not be able to start it in 23-24 if we waited to make a vote, to have a vote and a formal decision until May. That would be too late to then start planning everything for the fall. So if you are wanting to wait and get more information from those two initiatives, the equity audit and the program evaluation, then we would come back after that is done and review the recommendations and feedback from those two areas, and then explore option Z. If option Z is preferred, explore the whole school model or the strand model based on the feedback that we get from the equity audit and the program evaluation. So we, out of respect for you as board members and your time as board members and our administrative team, our dual language committee, and the broader community, that's why we wanted to discuss options this evening with you. Are still, and before we pause for Q&A and feedback, option X is our recommendation. And so that is still what we believe is the right thing to do. But we also understand the current situation at hand, and there's a lot of questions and a lot of areas of feedback that we've received tonight and for the past several months. So we would like to open it up to dialogue. If you want to go into any of the remaining slides, we absolutely can.
Board members, now it's time for questions, one at a time. Who wants to go first? Go ahead, Brenda. She's ready to go.
Personally, I liked about the busing. Busing has always been, I think the tiered busing would work great. I've been to some of those areas and spoke to people, and they were kind of confused about why their children might not have went to the same school as their neighbors, which was kind of confusing to them. And I think it would really cut down on a lot of travel trips. And I like the late start idea also personally, because I feel like with gas prices, transportation is always going to be a huge cost. But if we can do anything to kind of cut down on some of that, that would be a better way. And I think it's great to have those areas condensed, shall we say, rather than have the drivers making several trips. I do know some drivers who go in one subdivision, they take children on one end to one school, and then the other end, which backs right up next to it, they take them to a different school. So that's always been a problem, and I believe that this would help. So.
Thank you, Brenda. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody who made public comment tonight. I have actually a number of comments, but I think I need some questions answered first before making comments. And the first one that I want to ask is kind of a frank question. As I try and weigh everything, and I see on the table the equity audit and the evaluation recommendation, that we're sitting on some information there. I want to know from the committee or any available administrator who'd like to take the question, if we believe there is valuable information in either or both of those processes that can help us make a better decision.
Go.
Yeah, so the rubrics from the Center of Applied Linguistics that we did internally was the committee group reviewing those, not necessarily the entire district. So I just want to be very clear that it was the members on the elementary team for the committee that are in the addendum here. The Center of Applied Linguistics, who we are looking to contract with to do a more deeper dig into what we're doing, absolutely, like they're some of the best researchers in the field of bilingual education. We're hoping that, you know, they can obviously give us some great feedback for us to then, you know, ideally work with the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy to then put their recommendations into practice. That needs to be done regardless if we stay as a strand or as a whole school. We know that in the model that we're currently using, we have areas to improve. So their feedback is going to be beneficial to us for instruction regardless. As far as the equity audit, that's still in process. We still don't, you know exactly, you know, what's going to come of that. You know, obviously all of us want that to be beneficial information that will help impact us as a district, but I can't tell you what that is to know exactly how that could benefit this decision.
Right, and I realize it's speculative and perhaps an unfair question, but I'm going to ask the unfair questions anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, Joe, were you going to add something?
I was just going to add to that my individual belief is that we will, through these two areas, equity audit and the program evaluation, would help us uncover more of the why in terms of, and maybe not so much the why, but the how to improve the instructional practices and the support for staff within the classroom and the feedback and the curricular pieces that, as Lupe said, is going to, regardless of whether it's a whole school or strand, is going to help us. I believe, though, that the issues that we've brought forth around our why and the rationale are still going to be there after the program evaluation, because those are pieces of like the collaboration between teachers. That's regardless of the feedback that we get. They're going to give us ideas on how to better collaborate, but being in one school, that's still going to be an important reason as to go to one school, for teachers to be in closer proximity to each other, like literally and figuratively. So the rationale and the reasons, I think, likely, in my individual opinion, are going to be strengthened for a whole school model by going through an equity audit and a program evaluation. That's me speaking as an individual person.
So to ask the opposite side of that question, is it possible that the equity audit and or the program evaluation would undermine our decision? In other words, if we make a decision now, might information come out in either of those processes? I know I'm asking you to look in a crystal ball,
Yeah.
but this is a really important decision that we have to really carefully consider. Is it possible information would come out that would undermine any decision we make now?
Like you said, it's a crystal ball, but again, individually, as an individual person, I don't believe so. Because, again, the reasons, the justification for moving to a whole school model are such that I'm trying to think about how to explain this in an articulate way. I don't foresee anything, like, we know what the concerns are. One of the public comments earlier was asking me why people are opposed to the idea of a whole school model. We know it's because of a neighborhood school model that the district has had historically. That could come out in conversations, focus groups with families. Those same concerns could still come out. I still believe we should do a whole school model, even though that is the concern and that's the reason why there's opposition. because I still think it's the right thing to do.
And I think what is going to happen is it's going to make our deficiencies even more glaring. We're going to even see, after 10 years of, I think Ricardo talked about his son being in the program for 9 years, and we have kids that have been there for 10 years. We've gotten questions about how many of those students are in AP, and how many of them are in advanced classes, and where are those students who started with us? So I think we'll see some. Of course, we can't really compare apples and apples because of COVID and all of our gaps in learning right now. But I think our deficiencies are going to be even more heightened from both of those, the program evaluation and the equity audit. That's, again, just my opinion.
Anything else, Brian?
I was just going to reiterate, and I know Lupe stated this already, but when you look at the 7 guiding principles, we were at not above partial alignment on anything across the board with all 7 guiding principles as well when we reviewed that as a committee.
One thing that we did, and I can't speak to what happened at the Dr. Williams meeting, but that at the Lille staff meeting, one thing that came up is, something that we're looking forward to from the program evaluation is ideas about bringing these 2 very distinct groups together into one school. You've seen now staff members from Lille, from Dr. Williams. We're in those spaces a lot, and we see the differences in the culture of both buildings, and they are very unique and they are very different. And we'll be bringing people from 2 very distinct ways of doing things together into one whole school. So we're really hoping that the program evaluation will also give us some insight into how to do that well. Like what are the things that need to happen for professional development, for bringing those 2 communities of parents together, for bringing those 2 communities of students together, and how we would do that at a really high quality level.
Any further ones, Brian?
I have lots. Do we want to spread the wealth, or should I just keep going down I'm happy to keep going.
Does anyone else want to step in at this point? Go ahead, Robbie.
I've got some things to say. So, I'll spread the wealth, Brian. So, there's just a few kind of comments I guess I have, and then a proposal I have, and one of which is, if the program's been in place for 10 years, I understand there's some things going on where, Eureka Math came out, so you had to figure out how to teach math in Spanish, and it was different from whatever was being done before. I think it might be going away now, but all in all, in 10 years, you would think that every year the dual language teachers don't have to translate all their materials every single year. And, part of that is, I know sometimes teachers get bounced around. They teach 2nd grade one year, 3rd grade one year, 4th grade one year, but there's somebody in that school that supposedly they can trust who taught that class the year before. So I can't imagine in 10 years that people are spending 5 hours a week or whatever on your slide translating stuff unless they trust nobody and they do it all themselves. And if that is the case, I am very pessimistic that if we go into a whole school model that with the idea that there's going to be more collaboration, that there actually will be more collaboration. People tend to just buckle down and do their work. They might ask for some help, and hopefully they do. But I'm pessimistic that that is actually going to happen to the proportion that you're hoping it is. I'm also pessimistic that in a single dual language school where 25% of the students are native English speakers, that English still is not going to dominate the conversation in all the spaces. So, the teachers in their own classrooms can kind of force it, as is done in, kindergarten, 1st grade. In the subject areas in 4th grade and 5th grade that are supposed to be taught only in Spanish still have English dominating it because of the English students in the class. So, with all that pessimism, I will say, one of the charges that was given to you at the last meeting in May was to involve the English or the monolingual families in the discussion, in the conversation. And all that was done was, these forums that were under the guise of DL program forum. If you are a person that looks at the emails from Principal Ochoa as I do, you know, when there's an attachment in a Google document and the announcement is just DL program update, you know, and you're a native English speaking family, you're not even going to open that attachment. And I'm sure there's, you know, as you say, there's plenty of emergent bilingual families out there that are not part of this conversation because they're scared to be a part of it, but there's plenty of native English families that aren't a part of it because they don't even know it's occurring. So if you're going to bully this thing through, which it seems like you're doing, there's a big target on your backs. And what you're doing is you're creating a very divisive situation. And if ultimately you have the goal of being superintendent, Dr. Wiemelt, you're not going to, you know, because you're making many enemies if that's what's happening. So if you want this to go through and be successful, you need everybody to be on board with it. And you've had since May to get other people on board, but they've just been ignoring them. When they come to the forums and ask questions, you just say dismissive statements. So what I'm saying is we need to put this, my proposal is put this all on a hold, actually work on getting the tax increase proposed for the municipal election. Urbana is a place, I pay so much taxes. I pay more property taxes than some people make in a year, you know? So, you know, the township had this recent property tax proposal during, you know, the shutdown, and it got approved, you know? So if you advertise it well, say it's important, it's like a straight up Democratic town where the liberal Democrats will come out and vote for it because they want to help the schools. So you get that proposal, that will take maybe 2 or 3 years to, you know, build a school. During that same time, you work on redistricting, and then you unroll it all at the same time. So that is, you know, the fourth option is what I would promote. And then the question I have is, if you look at the subsequent slides, which we have not seen, there is map testing comparisons of the dual language program and the monolingual program, and the numbers are all virtually the same on that. The thing is, the dual language students are all grouped together, whether they are native Spanish speakers or English, native English speakers. But you really need to have numbers on what the dual language, like the native Spanish speakers are doing to show they're actually improving. Because the fundamental question here about whether we're changing this program or not is it actually working or not? You know, because it could be working just fine. And we don't know that because all the data we've ever seen at the board level prior to me even moving to this town has always been combined data between native English speakers and native Spanish speakers in the dual language program. So like if some of these kids, you know, are getting 80th, 90th percentile in math, well, that's because they come from, you know, a family such as my own, where we have 2 postgraduate degree parents, Asian socioeconomic background, you know. My kids are destined to survive and succeed regardless based off all the data. But the goal is for everybody to succeed. And we don't know if they are or not if we're just, you know, pooling all the data together. So I urge you to actually analyze that data, and hopefully this linguistics program will actually do that, because I am doubtful Dubiel's program is doing that, because it is just aggregate data they're looking at. They've said so multiple times.
Does anyone wish to respond from administration?
My goal is not to be superintendent, by the way. My goal is to serve kids, and in particular the most underserved kids. I would say we can disaggregate the data and bring that back next time by language group, linguistic group. But other than that, I didn't hear any question besides that, so that's all I'll say.
And we do have our map expert, I'm calling her, in the audience. So if Brian, were any of your questions related to that? Because we could, since it's come up, we could have her come up. Okay, all right.
Does anyone else wish to chime in before? Because I will if no one else does. Okay, so I asked two specific questions. What are the relative risks, I guess, between, and costs for between option X and option Z? Because the committee came out with a recommendation for option X, but I'm trying to understand, I guess, the rationale for that as preferred over option Z.
So the first difference would be the delayed start of when this change could happen. So by going through with option X and you actually making a formal vote in December, that could potentially mean that we could use the spring semester to plan for this to be implemented in 23-24. If you were to choose option Y and we say let's hold off until all of these evaluations and audits are done, it wouldn't be ideal for us to bring that back in May and June and then have the change start in August. We would need an entire extra year to really make any changes.
But I understand the difference between option X and option option X and option Z. What I was trying to understand is, I guess, the rationale for the committee's recommendation of X over Z, because that implies there must be some sort of a added risk or added cost to the delay, and I'm trying to understand that.
I think our concerns with the delay is the need for teachers within, not every single dual language teacher, but a lot of dual language teachers voicing their concerns and desire for a whole school model and wanting to do that as soon as possible. Another year that we wait is another year that things are delayed and that we aren't serving students the best way that we want to serve them. But we put these options here because we know the reality of the challenge and the concerns around this change and how hard it is and how, you know, there's a large segment of the community that doesn't agree with the change, right? So we wanted to provide options to the board to consider, but it really does come down to moving quicker to support the teachers that are requesting a whole school model to better serve our students and families.
All right, so now to kind of pivot to the referendum option. So the risk that we would run with the tax increase, and I'm also somebody who doesn't even hesitate when filling out my property tax, because I know I put 4 kids through the system, I'm getting a bargain from what I'm paying. But what this board has to face year in and year out is that the increase that we get through our property taxes is tied, because we're tax capped, is tied pretty much to EAB growth. So we have those 3 percentage figures with regards to how much the 10% down to 7% for Savoy. What I would like to see is the percentage of EAB growth in both of those districts. I think you'd see that they would correlate inversely to those percentages, and that's the money we're losing out year in and year out in terms of our property tax budget increases. So when we add, and that's because the growth rates will be smaller, right? So by adding more to the district's bond issuance, we will be hamstringing our ed budget in future years. Just, it's going to happen.
I was going to respond to your X versus Z question. And the reason that administrators are still coming forward to say we think the best thing to do is option X is, I'm just going to be honest, if we do go ahead and vote for option Z, I'm afraid we'll be sitting here in May again, finding additional reasons to delay it another year and another year. The time is now for us to bring this forward. I think that is why we decided, instead of spending 2 more months talking about this, that if this was going to be a no, then we need to be able to honestly let our DL teachers know that, because I don't know what choices they may make for their future, but we should be able to tell them that now instead of later. And I think if we don't have these conversations now and we just continue to just, I don't remember who said it, kick the can down, and I'm afraid we'll be kicking the can again in May and finding other reasons to continue to delay this. So we thought instead of delaying it to December, we just needed to have an honest conversation now this is consuming us. I know it's consuming you. I mean, I don't know how many emails you get. I know how many emails I get, and the conversations in the grocery store and at Meijer and at Swim Meets and everywhere I go basically in town. But we're all losing sleep over it. I know parents are losing sleep over it. Teachers are losing sleep over it. Everyone is very anxious about this, and it is a heart and mind decision. And as board members, I know it's really, really hard. And as we have teachers that are afraid to come forward, we have a lot of our Latinx families who are afraid to be in this space and come forward. So our goal is not to break the community apart. Our goal is what we've been sitting here saying is any decision that we make as administrators, we do what we think is best for the program and best for the students. But these are hard conversations. I know I haven't been to every round table because of all of my other commitments and things, but the ones that I've been to are very emotional. I have sat with people and seen tears, and I'm sure everybody here has gone home and had those moments. So we felt like as a committee, instead of continuing 2 more months of this and allowing it to consume everybody, we just needed to rip off the Band-Aid and have the conversation tonight. And if it was going to be a no, then we would appreciate you guys telling us that now, so we can put all of our time and energy into other things. That doesn't mean that we're not committed to our recommendation, because we are.
Go ahead, Laura.
Sure. Not so much questions. I think just as many of us in this room are still processing a lot of just infiltration of emotions and ideas. But something that kind of struck me hearing, many of you know in this room, I am a former Leo student. I have an older son in eighth grade in the DL program, and I have a 3rd grader in the DL program. So spend a lot of time at Leo. And I think, and respect many of the people in the room here, but I think something that is important for me to sort of like identify, because it's taking me a long time to learn as a privileged white person in many spaces, is that 2 truths can exist at the same time for people. So we can have many students that walk into that building and do not feel like they have a trusted adult, nor do they feel like they have that wraparound, and just as many students that do. And I know that as a former educator and somebody who's trying to, learn and study social work, right, like that's really hard to process, because we believe that what we are providing is accessible and equal in all fronts to all of our students potentially. And I guess in this space, I do think it's important to accept that sometimes what we are providing isn't necessarily working or the best for everybody. So not a question, just continuing to identify places where we can grow as people who care about our students. And I guess I would also say with that, I've, Jennifer hinted at it, but yeah, this is emotional labor has been high for this topic. I've, 8+ years in the program, and I have pretty imprinted memories of those first experiences for my son in the program and the families in which we have now grown to like deeply care about because of the program. It was very challenging, and it was very hard, and it did not feel particularly welcoming for many of the families that would now be identified as the emergent language learners, which I don't think we were using those terms necessarily then. And we did spend a lot of time trying to build and forge relationships. Many of our parents carried on the backs the translations for opportunities for families. That was not a thing the district was doing regularly. We spent a lot of time doing t-shirts in multiple languages to try to be more inclusive. And this is not to shame or fault anybody, just to say that these are not These are things we've been thinking about for many, many years. So it's hard to be a new family in the district and say, like, why are we, it feels sort of like I don't know, it feels blind, you're being blindsided a little bit with some of this conversation. And unfortunately, we've been having this conversation for a long time. And I think I've experienced every emotion. I've gone through all the zones of regulation. And I think, I can confidently say where I've landed is that when I hear, the dual language teachers come into this space and passionately speak, and that does not discount the passion the monolingual teachers have, but I think that, like, historically what we are talking about is, being just marginalized. And when I hear them talk about the needs and how they want to serve their students, and they're the people also in these spaces working with these families, and this is what they want, then I'm going option X. So I'm sorry to disappoint the room, and I can also publicly say I'm not running again, so you don't have to not vote for me in the next election, but that's where I stand.
Thank you, Laura. I'm going to offer Ann and Tori opportunity to chime in now.
I'll go ahead. So, unlike some others, I am not pessimistic, but a very, very optimistic person. For those who know me, they know that about me. I think it's important to recognize that we're never going to get everybody on board. It's never going to be a situation where everybody is just all in on most topics that we present, especially ones like this one. I've had a little emotion today just listening to some of the comments, and it's really taken me back myself. The feeling that Felipe spoke about earlier is how I felt every single day at Leo Elementary School as a child. I think it's not a secret to the people here, because I've mentioned this before, that I was that kid. I was the kid that lived in the neighborhood that, for the benefit, not necessarily of myself, but for other reasons, was bused into a school where I walked in every day and didn't feel welcome. When Lucia got up and mentioned children going from a school building where they felt welcome, where it was just beginning to have that feeling of community for them, and to then be sent to another location where they didn't feel welcome, that really touched my soul. It really did. And I think it's time that we really have open arms to these kids. I mean, we need to offer them the best that we can. The marginalization needs to stop. We're sitting here, we keep talking about, we're here and it's 10 years later. And for it to be 10 years later and these families and these children to still feel the same way is, quite frankly, unacceptable. And we've got to do better. I feel like Urbana's always been a trailblazer. We didn't have data when we moved the black kids from the neighborhood schools to Leo. We likely didn't have data when we moved the Latinx kids from King to Leo. We didn't seem to care a whole lot then, though. But there seems to be a lot of discussion about what's in the best interest of those kids, and I just want to say, why are we now saying we've got to have this for this particular group? We didn't need data then when we were the trailblazers to say we're going to try this. Obviously, it's not working. And it's time for us to do right by these children. I've heard a lot about, I'm going to have to be bused to another school. I can no longer walk to my school. I feel that. I do, because I was that kid too. And quite frankly, the majority of the kids in this program don't get to walk to school. They don't have that luxury that many of the families that I've heard from today and in email, you have that. That's a privilege that you have. I don't know that that's recognized, but these kids that are benefiting your children are being bussed in every day. They have to get up early in the morning to catch the bus. They get home late at night. I'm not going to discount the feelings of anybody. And just like Laura said, there's two sides, there's two truths, and your truth is your truth. But I'm also charged with not just in my own emotions of how I felt as a child and knowing how that feels, but of starting to do what is right by these kids. And what's right by these kids might be a little bit of a disadvantage to people who don't want to have to bus to another school, who potentially may lose a few friends in the process. Those are things that are hard, and those are hard times that some kids may now have to get through. And they've got some pretty bright parents that can help them through that. They have a school and community that will help them through that. The change that all of these other children have felt all of these years, and these are all black and brown children, they've felt these changes for years. They've walked in schools and not felt welcome. I was one of them, and I haven't been in Leo school for probably 30 years. So to 30 years later, still be in the same situation, I mean, what are we doing here? And that's not a knock to the Leo school teachers necessarily, because again, your reality of your perception of how you think you come across to children or your care for them, it's not necessarily their reality because it's your thought of what your reality is. I trust Lucia. I trust a lot of the others who've come forth. I've worked with Lucia in a lot of settings where I'm dealing with the Latinx community. Couldn't have done it without her in those settings. So I know that when she steps forth and she says, this is what my people are saying, I know it's what her people are saying. She's not here to benefit her personally. She's speaking on behalf of them, as were several others that came forth. And the things that I've seen, and I've only seen a few things because I've been trying to stay off of those pieces of social media, they're hurtful. Some of the comments you guys made tonight, they're hurtful. They're your truth, but they're hurtful to them. They're hurtful to us. And you don't see that. And that's the problem. You don't see it. But they feel it every day. So it's time to stop the dagger. It's time to take the dagger out. It's time to do what's right by these children. It's time for Urbana to continue being the trailblazer that we've been. So if that data's not there, guess what? We're creating the data. We're going to be the model school, just like we talk about in other situations. And I can only vote for myself, so I can't say that's what's going to happen. But I'm certainly in support of option X. I want you to continue. Obviously, tonight is not an official vote, so we're not saying what you've brought forth is everything. You know, I want the conversations to continue. I don't think that we should X out the voice of any of our population, but I think that we need to really heavily consider the population that we're talking about, that we have an obligation to educate, that we should not want to feel like they are not wanted in our schools, that they don't have a voice, that they can't be heard, that they can't speak their language. That's who needs to be at the forefront. Still listening to other voices, still considering, still putting everything on the table, and at the end of the day, maybe it doesn't work out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I think from my standpoint, I want to see the work continue, keep moving forward, and let's really do what's right by these kids.
Thank you, Tori.
Thanks, Tori. You voiced a lot of the things that I was thinking too. I wrote down, I mean, it seems like every day since we've really started this discussion, I've flip-flopped on a different thought about this, and the more people, I say to myself, okay, I need to talk to more people from different backgrounds. Talk to them, change my decision again, change my opinions again. I think I'm absolutely deafened by the voices from WUNA, which is my sub-district, my district. Leal is my school. I get it, why they're complaining. I understand their concerns, but they're not everybody I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about the children. And so my first thought is, okay, turn to the people who are living it every day. Not those of us who just live in the neighborhood, but those people who are living it every day, the teachers and the administrators who are dealing with dual language. But even amongst them, I got so many different, ideas popping up that it got me thinking about the entire dual language program philosophically. And I feel like if we're at a crossroads like we are now, this model, this whole program as we envisaged it when it first came out over 10 years ago, or was being planned over 10 years ago, has morphed in ways we did and didn't predict. And I think it's wonderful that we are providing services for larger and larger numbers of Spanish-speaking families. So my questions are hinging on the philosophical aspect of it, because I don't want to leave any stone unturned in what we think we can do and how we can hurt ourselves unknowingly and knowingly and benefit ourselves, because we're at a crossroads with, like everybody else has said, I mean, we just redrew the district maps. Okay, fine. We're also doing the equity audit. Fine, I understand that's something that we got to just keep doing continually. I was very encouraged to hear that we're doing the biliteracy audit as well. That's fantastic. That's the sort of thing I want to know that we're going to be doing. But the redistricting issue and the building issues have to factor into how I'm thinking about this whole program. I mean, yes, I know redistricting is painful. I fortunately wasn't here when it was done last time, thank goodness, but I get it. I completely understand what a painful process that is. But at what point do you separate the timing of that? So I mean, I was trying to formulate my questions while you guys were talking tonight. So how do we expect the dual language program to not be affected by redistricting? But then vice versa, what will we expect redistricting how would it not be affected by dual language? So if you did one before the other, can we think through the consequences of putting one before the other? And I don't want our most marginalized students to suffer in any way. They, as many people have said, the privileged people in this district will find ways to be okay. We always will. They always do. The ones who suffer the most are the ones who are the most disadvantaged, and I don't want to hurt them in any way. I want them to succeed. And that's why I love the dual language program for that. But what would happen if we waited? And seriously, I don't want to just panic and go, oh my gosh, I've got to hurry and make a decision about this. I want to be slow and deliberate. And also, another question that came to mind was, when I was first, I mean, my kids they just sneaked past they were too old to get into dual language. We were really disappointed about that, but grateful that we had the program. But back then, back in the day, was the idea that, yes, we'll put both groups of emergent speakers and fully, monolingual English speakers together and have this beautiful, wonderful utopia. But it's apparent that we just can't serve the English-speaking kids the way that the emergent kids need to be served in that program. So what numbers of kids who speak English as a first language and want to be a part apply and get turned away every year? Do we have data that shows of longitudinally what those numbers are? What number of, and I'm sorry I should have asked you this because you could probably have easily found it over the weekend, but what percentage of dual language kids emergent language kids don't take part in the dual language program but choose to do, the traditional ESL language learning or something else? And are we seeing differences in those numbers? Because honestly, the thought popped in my head, well, why are we doing dual language at all if we have such an overwhelming number of emergent language learners that they're pushing out the English speakers who want to be a part? If the English language speakers are getting pushed out, that's a consequence that I'm willing to live with if it means that our emergent language kids are getting the instruction they need. It's a beautiful idea. It's a utopia. But I know that those primary English-speaking kids are going to do better probably in a class. You know what I mean? If they didn't get the dual language. I'm just being frank. It's honest. So I want to know if could you get those numbers immediately, or is this something that you're seeing a trend in that's causing you to worry?
So let me do the redistricting one first, and then while Lupe's looking for that. And I think I have all the bus information, so I think it is 7 kids maybe that are going to King that could, so it is a very small number. Is that right, Lupe? Yep. So to your redistricting question, and I think we've said this before, but I just want to reiterate it. Our emergent bilingual students, whatever lines we draw, however we draw the attendance maps, they're going to be on a bus, no matter what, because they don't have a home school, and they have a attendance area that they're assigned to, but they have no ability to walk to any of our current schools. So that is one of the reasons why redistricting, yes, benefits the entire district, all those different areas that we've already talked about. But for our students who the dual language program is built for and designed for, those students, redistricting is not going to impact them because they are going to be riding a school bus no matter what. So I just wanted to say that. And then I think Lupe is...
Yep. Yeah, so to address the first part of your question as far as how the redistricting and the would affect enrollment, essentially. So the protocols for enrollment for emergent bilinguals really wouldn't change whether that happens now or later, because we have kids that are enrolled in dual language that are from all over the district. If you're an emergent bilingual, if you're a Spanish dominant student who gets automatic entry, it doesn't matter what attendance area you live in. You get automatic enrollment and you can still enroll. So even if the district boundaries change, that will still be the case. No matter where they live, they can still enroll.
Just to clarify, they're automatically enrolled in dual language, right?
If they are emergent bilingual.
If they're emergent bilingual.
So they are given the option to enroll in dual language. There are some families that decline because for a variety of reasons. They transferred in from another district and they were only in monolingual and they're 5th graders and they say, no, that's not the best. So every move-in child is an individual case where we do initial assessments in Spanish, we look at their age, we look at what a most appropriate placement would be. Are they Cajobal dominant, and only hear Spanish at home? I mean, so there's a variety of different factors that go into placing kids that don't enroll in kindergarten. But ideally, for kindergarten enrollees, if they are emergent bilinguals and they're Spanish speakers, then they would have automatic placement, regardless of where in the district they live. As far as applicant families, right now applicants, the way we currently do enrollment for applicants, priority is given to families that live in the Leal attendance area and priority is given to families that live in the Dr. Williams attendance area. One possibility with this is actually opening that enrollment evenly to every attendance area across the district, so that way anyone in any attendance zone would have a level playing field to apply and get into the program. Over the years, a lot of the kids that have been waitlisted have been kids that are waitlisted that don't live in Leal or Dr. Williams. So a lot of students from Thomas Paine, Wiley, King, etc., that because the priority zone areas have taken up those seats, they haven't had the option.
So I'm glad you said that because that fed into another question I had, which was...
Oh, and real quick, before I forget, as far as emergent bilingual students or students who are Spanish bilingual or are Spanish dominant, at every other elementary school, it's less than 10 kids that, like I said, for either they moved in later in their elementary path, they came from an English-only environment, a variety of different reasons. Some of the Spanish dominant students that are at Thomas Paine are there for specific programs at Thomas Paine, so it varies.
So are we turning away larger and larger numbers of English-speaking people who want to be a part of the program, or are we seeing...
It's based on the number of classrooms we have and the number of emergent bilinguals we have. So that's the very first thing that happens when I look at how many classrooms we will likely need. And how many seats we would have available to applicants. The priority is to make sure that we're serving all of our bilingual kids that need it. We don't turn emergent bilingual Spanish-speaking families away. They may opt for a different program or a different school. As far as seats that are available, it just depends every year on the number of kids that we get at kindergarten.
Well, so that's what got me questioning about the redistricting and the school sizes and everything else, and I just thought, you know, I don't want to, I just want to put everything in my head on the table. What about other schools entirely? You know, I mean, we technically only have 3, but I mean, Yankee Ridge became a French language school that hadn't historically been a French language school. I'm assuming it's doing well, you know, in the French dual language program. I know that that's not the same animal as the Spanish dual language program, but all things being on the table, have we entertained that thought? Have we entertained, if redistricting happened, I know it's that I agree to your point about how those kids are going to get bused regardless, but to the monolingual students who might then be moved to a different school based on redistricting, you know, if there's, let's say that the district boundaries shrink for one school and expand for another that weren't that way before, how is that going to affect enrollment for the monolingual schools, so that might free up space? Do you know what I mean? And what if we decided that we were going to do something that was Spanish-based in a different school? It sounds to me like you're saying there's no way we could possibly open a 3rd school with Spanish language feasibly with the number of staff that we've got. But I just wanted to think through every possible thing. And I just, you know, I want to be slow and deliberate about this, and I want to have as many people on board with it, or at least willing to trust us. And I'm very concerned about rushing into something that we don't have full support from everybody. And I respect the voices of all the teachers, not just the monolingual ones and not just the dual, all of them. I mean, I've heard from many of my own kids' former teachers whose opinions I respect very much, provide opinions that I never even thought about and the consequences. So I want to make sure that we're still reaching those people, which is why I'm just like, yeah, I don't like rushing into things. I'm generally pretty cautious about that. And the data that supports, you know, this, is it really here? Is there even data that supports dual language is the best option? I mean, I'm just saying, is there still, you know, have we come up with that in the last 10 years? I know that you wrote your dissertation on it, Joe. You could probably talk for many, many board meetings about it. But, you know, these are the questions going through my head. And it's a long way of me saying I'm just really unsure of what to do, because I don't want to screw it up for the people who need it the most from us, and to make them feel like they're not learning and their kids aren't doing well and they're not welcome here. So
Sure. So I'll speak for myself in regards to your question about the 3rd school option. We have brought that up many times as something, as a point of discussion between, you know, whether that's between teachers and myself or between colleagues. Staffing is a challenge. It was a challenge when it was 2 buildings. Staffing for 3 buildings for teachers would be very hard. I've even had veteran teachers tell me that if we ever did do that, they don't want to be the one to go to be on an island by themselves while the program rolls up. So then, as an administrator, you don't want to put a brand new teacher by themselves at a new building, and then not only are the only dual language teacher potentially at that grade level, but now they're also the only dual language teacher in that building. And it's not just teachers, it's also looking for secretarial staff. It's looking for a building administrator. That challenge wouldn't go away. You know, right now we have 2 buildings. Principals are great, but only one of them is bilingual out of all 4 administrators that are supporting that building. So I think, you know, that's something that, you know, we could discuss again and explore. But the challenges that we're talking right now that are urging us to do something sooner than later, that isn't going to go away. In my own personal opinion, I think would be exacerbated by adding a 3rd strand school.
Thank you, Ann. Brian, you want to continue on your list?
Yeah. Well, feels like it's been 3 hours since I started, so now my thoughts are scattered. My apologies. And I'm going to get very reductive at this point, because emotion and sleepiness and all of this it weighs heavily. And I'm extremely sympathetic to what Laura and Tori both said. I have many similar comments about the feeling of this process. And I have spent a lot of time in emails. I've tried to respond to people as much as I can. These people, as a professor at the university, these are my friends, my colleagues. There's a lot at stake personally. I also am good friends with many of the dual language teachers. And I have to weigh these things, as everybody does. And there's something particularly powerful about listening to dual language teacher after dual language teacher come up and say, this is what we need. And I could, as I said, get reductive about the counterpoints that we hear tonight. Everyone has a neighborhood school, somebody said, and it's not true. It's just not true. And it's frustrating to hear, to be honest. It suggests, Dr. Ivory Tatum talked about Liberty Commons. That's probably 4 or 5 miles from any elementary school. It is over a highway. That is not a neighborhood school. Like, any way you dice it, you cannot walk to a school easily. There are many others out in that area. So that doesn't sit well with me. I heard Gabe Nardi say, school of choice is a choice that follows wealth and SES. And that is a powerful statement to sit and hear and to think about and sit in the discomfort as a person who has that choice, as many of the people in this room have that choice. And so again, we have to think, is that an argument for or against? Maybe. And we heard people say, please open it back up to emails being read in the public comment. I don't think any of us could count the number of emails, and I'm all for the democratic process, but with a few exceptions, everything that we got in email was largely commented here, but there were 2 exceptions that I thought I would share that also didn't sit quite right with me. I had several people write to me and say, if you vote for this, future initiatives will not be supported because of the power of a single neighborhood. I had 3 or 4 people say that to me. You would win the battle, but you would lose the war. Sit with that for a minute. I mean, as members of that neighborhood even, is that the Urbana that we want? And it was hard to hear. And it felt quite threatening for lots of reasons. And it wasn't one person, it was several people. People who have, well, I won't disclose who, but we heard people say, well, the community will just go to private school. I don't know what to even say to an argument like that. If people want to go to private school, they're going to go to private school. That is certainly not a privilege that very many people have, but if that's a choice, that's a choice. So this is me getting somewhat reductive about the arguments against, and none of them become very compelling to me. But there are still questions in my head about the big picture, and I'm just going to rattle through them, and perhaps they can be answered and perhaps they can't, but as we sit at 10:15, I don't know that anyone wants to listen to any of us talk much more. I asked the question about the audit and the evaluation. It's still, I'm not satisfied with the answer necessarily, that we spent a lot of time, effort, money from the community to do this process, and it is tied into this decision. In what ways, I don't know, but because we've decided that we're going to do it, it does feel incomplete to not see that process through. And I look also at the members of the community, of the committee, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but roughly 2/3 are in support of option X. But there are 6 people on the committee who say, I need more information. I want to know who those people are. Which roles do they have? Are they all parents? Are they administrators? That is 1/3 of the committee, which is, that doesn't sit great with me. The projected growth of Leal as a building, I'm not sure I can follow completely. When will we outgrow Leal as a building? I did see the 2025, 2026 projection that we would start losing fine arts classes. I really would want to know, is this a stopgap for 2 years before we outgrow another building and another board is sitting here with the same issue? Can we make any projections on if we're going to outgrow that building? The redistricting thing, that felt kind of new to me because in the past that's kind of been shut down as a thing we're not going to do. and that it's difficult to do. I hear all of that, but there is a piece of this that is small redistricting now that could displace the monolingual kids again, and that is something that we do need to think about if we're going to move kids and then we're going to redistrict in a year, 2 years, 3 years. I would want to know what the plan is there. And I think I'll stop there. I threw a lot out there. I'm not sure I have tremendous clarity, but I will reiterate that I think all of us in this room, you know, who are grappling with this really need to think back to the very first question that was asked by the very first speaker tonight, which is, what is the goal of this program and who are we serving as we weigh these out, as we weigh this really, really complicated decision? And some of the missing pieces for me are quite answerable, perhaps in a very short timetable, but it's difficult for me to choose between option X, which says you'll provide data in December that may be able to answer some of these questions or may not. Option Z, which pushes it off to May and a new board potentially, or no altogether. And I will disclose I am not a no if we're looking for, you know, should you stop your work? But I am having a difficult time with the timeline and incomplete data.
So while Joe's looking up whatever he's looking up, I'll answer the redistricting displacement question. So I cannot remember out of all of our slides where the grandfathering comment is. I think it was one of the ones Kim did. But we would grandfather those, you know, there's a very specific process for that we could put in place where families, no matter where we drew the lines or no matter what neighborhoods we pick up and move as part of the redistricting process, any families that are impacted by this decision right now would have the ability to stay where they are, as well as any siblings that start. So if you are a 4th grader and you're part of this and your brother or sister is 3 years old or 4 years old, if they get to kindergarten while you're still there, they get to finish out as a kindergartner as well. So we would grandfather the family, not just the kid. So whatever movement we make, it would not, people would have the option to, like if they said, hey, this is closer, I don't want to drive, I don't want to be on a bus, I don't want to walk to Wiley, I want to go with my friends who live on my street and go here, we'd give them that option. But if they did not want to do that, they would have the choice to stay where they were. So I think that answers one of them.
Thank you, Brian.
Can I just add
Did
one
you
more?
want them to try to answer some of your other ones now, or no? No, okay.
Sure.
So regarding the projections, like I had mentioned when we were going through the charts before, it's hard to know without knowing specifically how many kids move in and how many kids move out. So we can kind of just go with the known of these are the numbers we have now, and assuming they keep rolling up, this is what we would have. So part of the work that we did, I only showed you through 23, 24, and then made that, or 24, 25, and then made that note about 25, 26, but I actually did do that further out. And without the contractual maximums changing from what they are now, which could happen next time we bargain, the buildings would require 4 kindergartens for dual, 4 first grades for dual, and then 3 of the other levels. Again, just saying that we have 4 kids that enroll at 20 kids for every year. So that would kind of just be the constant unless you get a lot of kids moving in that are unexpected. I don't know if that answered your question. I'm happy to send you the Google sheet if you would like to look at it. Okay.
All right, Ann, did you have something else?
Yeah, for one thing, there was an email that we received, a few of us received anyway, about shifting registration for kindergarten and aligning it differently so that the numbers could be more predictable. come summer and fall before school starts. And I can forward those questions to you. It was posed by a staff member, which I thought was really intriguing. I don't want to waste your time reading through it all now, but I can send it. But my final question on it really was, when I think about anything that's urgent, like I try to think to myself, what is the absolute most catastrophic thing will happen if we don't move? And what's the most catastrophic thing that will happen if we do move? In the case of, this building, somebody says the roof is falling in because we are leaking every time it rains in this old central office building. That's an obvious, okay, we got to move, it's urgent. I want to know what the leaking roof thing is for the DL program, that we have to get it done by this year, because what is the catastrophic harm that's going to be caused if we wait 1 or 2 years? I mean, it boils down to that to me, and I know that the catastrophic, when I say catastrophic, I mean to the kids who it's meant to serve the most, and their teachers and families. So is there a way that you can give a short answer to that will make me feel like there is a real urgency to this?
That's a hard question.
Well, I was going to say,
Continued
any
harm.
year that we don't do our best for any single student is not okay. And to say we're going to kick the can 2 more years knowing that we could be providing a better program for a significant number of students. I mean, and growing, we're talking just the 254 kids that we pick up from Ivanhoe, Liberty Commons, and Northwood. That's 250 students that we would be continuing to not do doing our best. And is that okay to say, we'll just wait a year or 2 or 3?
Paul, can I say one other thing now? So, just another quick comment about my alternative proposal that nobody here seems to like, except for me. There's this cartoon that we periodically see about equity, where there's these 3 kids trying to watch a baseball game, And so I really think making a single dual language school right now at Leal, what you're doing is you're raising up the short kid so he can see over the fence, but you're taking the box out from the tall kid so he can't see. So the thing that I think you want to do, you're supposed to want to remove the fence so everyone can see. And I think the way to do that is you build a new school that is a neighborhood school for the emergence kids on the north side of town. Then they will have the school they can walk to. They can have an after-school program where their kids can be dropped off and their parents can pick them up at the end of the day. That is what you really need. And if that is, when Ann asked what is the leaking roof issue, your expressions were there is no leaking roof issue. So why not just wait a couple of years, build that building that's a neighborhood school on the north side of town, then everyone will be happy.
So Robbie, I'm going to push back on that. The leaking roof issue, you yourself just said your kids are going to be okay. And I'm sure a lot of other people, my kids are going to be okay. My kids would have been okay. We missed dual language by a year for my youngest too. He was a 2nd grader when it started. But to say the leaky roof is not doing the best that we can do for a large, significant number of our population. That's the leaky roof. And so if we didn't look like that was important, I don't know if they want to add anything to that.
So I will speak for me personally. When you ask which part of the leaking roof is the most pertinent, sorry, Ann, it's been a long day. Personally, my expression is in my mind, you're asking me what matters more, the children that are just now getting out of detention that have a lot of social emotional needs that I need to address. Is that a priority? Is it a priority the newcomer kids that have just transferred from a different district, or this is their first experience with schooling in the U.S.? Is it the class size imbalances? So my look is not none of them are. My look is as a director, as the person who serves this community and this group of students, I can't tell you that any one hole from that leaking roof is any more important than the other, because to me, the whole house is coming down and it all needs to be addressed.
I just had a quick question. how would this affect like petitions? Are you still accepting petitions? And
So Kim had a slide about petitions and the
thank you. I'm sorry, Kim, to
the reason we
go back.
The reason we showed that data is because there are we have been still continuing to accept petitions. We accept very few at Dr. Williams because of the cap, of course. But we accept more petitions at Leo than we probably should. But we have because, you know, once a student is there, we let them finish.
And you'll see a decline on that too.
Yes.
And part of that is just the imbalance with monolingual classrooms because they're busting at the seams. And so we can't accept as many students as we have in the past. And so some of the numbers that you will see are students that have been there for several years that Mr. Choa didn't want to turn away.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I have one more tough question. So this is again, it's part A of history lesson. Part of the, for the board members who weren't here and members of the public who weren't paying attention, back in the day when we selected Williams as the second strand school, it was done in part for the reason of allowing African American community in that neighborhood, people who didn't have the privileges around Leal, access to the program. So one of my concerns about housing this program at Leal is that the English language students who will participate will be largely, you know, people of privilege. So what are your plans to address that issue?
And that is one of the main reasons why we're discussing not having priority enrollment in the lottery. So that way those seats can be offered to students across the district from all the different neighborhoods and not just students within the Leal attendance area.
Yeah, but I still see that you're going to get more applicants from that neighborhood because those kids can walk as opposed to somebody from, you know, Myra Ridge or somebody from, you know, further east, right? So I think you have to do more than just knock down the attendance area. I think you might have to weight things to allow people from, you might have to have a weighted lottery of some kind to get a better representation of the people in the program.
Yeah,
That's
thank
my
you for
opinion.
that suggestion. Joe and I had discussed that as a possibility as well.
Yeah. I guess since we're all kind of supposed to be straw polling at this point, it's probably my turn. I'm certainly not option Y. I think we need to go forward with this. I'm struggling between X and Z. You know, I'm the kind of guy who's more comfortable with more data in making the decision, but when I hear the passion of the people in the program saying that they need this and they need it now, I'm more inclined to go with X at this point. So that's where I am.
I'm option X to move forward with this. As a board, we have one employee, which is Jennifer Ivory Tatum, and I trust her judgment on assigning directors and administrators. And I know you have been working for a long time on this. This is not something that was just like, oh, here, let's just decide to do this. This has been in the process for a long time. So I'm for option X.
So Brian, Ann, I'm guessing Robbie is Z, but he hasn't explicitly stated that.
Or why? I wasn't quite sure.
I understand. I mean, yours is kind of a Z variant where you're throwing throwing more into it.
Yes, because I really feel it's so convoluted where students go to when you have petitions and grandfathering, and you might move somebody and then move them again, and then, you know, do they go to Wiley this year? It's going to be so jacked up Excel spreadsheet. So that's what I say. Redistrict everything in its entirety. Throw away all the waivers. Start from scratch.
Yeah, I feel now kind of compelled to give history lesson B, which was I was one of the two board members who had to sit through the redistricting process and the shame and failure of the board I was a part of to really do anything legitimate with regards to that real problem. At that point in time, believe it or not, Prairie School had a dearth of students. It was way, way underpopulated. So the idea at that time was, how do we get more kids into Prairie? Well, Privileged Neighborhoods stepped up and yelled at this board for even considering moving kids from Leal to Prairie. And as a result, this board completely caved and moved a grand total, it was less than 10 students. People worked for a year and a half, and because of a lack of political courage, we did nothing. And I don't want to have that happen again. It's my biggest shame of my tenure on this board.
I agree. I was on the board with you, and it was tough. And part of the problem is, I think our community should come and visit these schools and really take a look. I mean, all you have to do is call the principal. They will take you on a tour. I mean, it is eye-opening, and the staff is fabulous. And I think no matter what school, I petitioned for my children when they were younger to stay at Prairie because the teachers were great. And then due to work situations and everything, one of our children had to go to Wiley. It was fabulous. It was almost like Prairie's sister school. Not a problem at all. So if you have concerns or whatever, call the principal. They would be happy to take you on a tour. And I think your eyes would really be open at what a great staff we have at all of our Urbana schools.
All right. So unless somebody has a new question or a new comment to throw in, I'm very ready to just straw poll for the administration.
So I've been keeping notes, and I think Brian and Ann, I've written down X or Z for the two of you, but I think we have 4 people who have at least said option X. And I'll let Brian, unless you are
Well,
not.
that was my observation, is that X takes it by majority,
Yes.
regardless of what Ann and I say.
That's what I was going
And
to
so
say.
at this point, it's about what information do we need?
For us to bring back in December.
And so is this best done now, email, when?
I'd rather do it publicly, so it is out and we all hear the same thing and we know exactly what we're doing. I know it's late, so if you yell it out quickly, we can write. Joe's typing, I'm writing.
Well, I think one of the advantages of the fact that we've been at this for nearly a year now is that more people are kind of clued into more of the details. I know I am. I've learned a lot about what's going on inside the DL program and in the district over the past year as a result of this. So I expect that if you redid some of the survey data that you did back then, you'd end up with vastly different results. And I'd like to see what the current state of the opinion is.
I would like to see more monetary distribution to prepare all schools to be welcoming and supportive for potential new families, new students. So I would like that to be part of how we talk about what this looks like.
I love that. Thank you.
My recommendation is, instead of waiting until March to ask people where they want to go to school, ask them now. So that way in December we can know what that class sizes are in King, Wiley, Dr. Williams, et cetera.
We talked about that in putting out a survey so we would know what people are thinking.
And it may be too late for this question, but I really want to know why nobody on that committee voted for Dr. Williams to be the single two-language school, because it is the bigger school. And my assumption this entire time was it was going to be Dr. Williams, but clearly nobody thought that on the committee.
It was an anonymous survey, so I can't speak to that, but I could give you my opinion, but I think opening up the ability for Dr. Williams students we have displaced over 300 students from that neighborhood in the last 5 years. And the fact that some of those students who have very limited access and resources, cannot get to their parent-teacher conferences. They don't get to participate in family events. They're very disenfranchised. They go where we tell them to go. They show up and we say, sorry, there's no room. Here's where you're going, and they go. And we do what we can to provide cabs and get them rides places, but I think that is probably the overwhelming reason. I don't know. I can't speak to those few people, but
I know that was my assumption as well. But, yeah, you think one person would vote for it out of 30, but.
other things we need to be researching.
I agree with everybody else's suggestions, and I will forward you the suggestion about looking at ways to tweak the registration deadlines and dates. I will disaggregate it from people involved with the discussion to just give you the question itself. And also, oh shoot, I had it, now I'm so tired, I've forgotten. Somebody, this is not my idea, this is a community member's idea of what would the cost be to hire someone who was a full-time or part-time translator, who wasn't involved with being a sub or a teacher or a family member, a parent, whatever, who we know we're not taking them away from another job at our district, who's supposed to, Lupe, you've done it bajillions of times, Joe, you've done it bajillions of times, but that's not what your full-time job is. We need you in your full-time job. I don't know what the cost is, it's a pie-in-the-sky request, but hey, let's entertain it.
So just to clarify, Ann, we actually do have as-needed interpreters for the district that are people who, they do translation for us when we have something, and when we don't, we don't. They know that some weeks they might get paid 2 hours, some weeks they might get paid 10. They just don't know. We have explored using a translation service, and we sent them a sample document just to let you know. I believe it was the high school's policy manual, and just to translate that one document, it was $5,000, which we are not a super wealthy district to be paying that out. I have had this conversation with some of our dual language teachers who used to work at the university level, and they said, typically you would pay about 44 cents per word. That's what translators make. So to hire someone that's used to working in that field, it would be a pretty high cost. Could we do better and have full-time permanent people? Sure. How much that would cost, we would have to look and see what's competitive around us.
Okay. Well, and I'm assuming that you've already investigated all ways that ESSER funding and every other single dollar that we get coming our way can be used creatively to accommodate these programs. But another visit. And just lastly, in terms of doing the surveys again, I just don't want us to ever be afraid of the answers we'll get if we open it up to the widest audience possible, including the monolingual families, even the ones who aren't necessarily within these schools districts. I'm not afraid of getting negative comments or negative opinions. I've been in this board long enough to know that I got to withstand the negativity if I know what I'm doing is right. I know you know what you're doing is right. Opening it up to wider comments and getting negative feedback back does not affect how the data is lining up with what's helping to serve our kids. And any good data that we get out of all of this investigation that informs us on our decision, it counteracts any negativity that comes our way. But I still would like to hear it, because in amongst a lot of the negative comments that I've been hearing from the community, I've gotten some really great suggestions, a couple of which I've mentioned tonight. And to all the people who've written to us, you've all had really good questions, and I know that we'll continue to get that if we open this discussion up wider in our surveys.
Anyone else?
So I asked most of my questions already. The only other thing I'll suggest is that Tori made an excellent point that we have an opportunity to create data. We need an assessment plan and a data collection plan now, so that we have the ability to talk about what is working and what is not working down the road, so that we have some teeth here. So I don't know that that's possible in a month or 2 months, but that's a can we really can't kick down. I would really love to see a data collection plan, an evaluation plan, and perhaps it's the external evaluator who helps you with that, or the equity auditor, whoever it is. But that's extremely important to me personally, and it sounds like others as well.
All right. Anyone else? Last chance.
thank you very, very much for all the work you've been doing, and to everybody who's really cares about this. I know we don't sound like we're a very positive group, but we do really appreciate what you're doing, and thank you so much.
And thank the committee for us. And thanks to everybody who had courage to come and speak tonight as well.
On all sides.
Absolutely.
Yes, on all sides.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
We
Thank you for
have a
service.
full business meeting ahead of us, guys. Next up is administrative report on our sub pay. So Angie.
Please don't go. I know it's late. Thanks. Okay. Initially, I had only had one slide to bring forward for a vote, but I added a couple more as we were sitting here just in case people had more budget questions. So, just briefly, this is what we talked about last week. We talked about how many substitutes have been hired and are still working in the district. We talked about how many absences we have per day on average. Mondays and Fridays are pretty popular, which also has a large part in our recommendation, the administrative recommendation, a little bit later. Our current vacancies throughout the district, including our teaching assistant vacancies. Sub-survey data from last school year. We did not survey our subs this school year or our teachers about the lack of subs just because of the amount of surveys that are floating around on a regular basis. So that's data from last year. Internal subbing costs from the past few years. Note the big difference between the 1920 school year to last year. We explored expensive alternatives. There were several meetings in person and via Zoom with two outsourcing companies for subs. And it was a very expensive alternative that we did not think that would necessarily solve our problem. Our current substitute rates, we start at $130 a day and we go up to $145 a day for our day-to-day subs. Retired teachers, Urbana retired teachers, such as Miss Leroy, are our favorite kinds. They do get paid more than that $145. They get paid $170 a day, just so you know, because we value them so much. So here's our other current rates and potential recommendations. We talked about moving to a flat $150 a day and no longer using the levels. That's more of a marketing optics thing to be able to get people's attention. Moving TA subs to $105 a day, and then other subs would keep the same salary pay, but we would talk about a change in benefits. We are still offering the $100 bonus for our day-to-day subs for 5 consecutive days worked, and then also a $100 referral bonus to any staff members, including subs, to bring a new substitute teacher to our district. Here is the difference in salary between what we're currently doing and what we're proposing and doing by adding an additional 5 building-based subs. So this is an addition of 4 building-based subs for the elementary buildings collectively, and an addition of 1 building-based sub for the secondary level. So the salary, just salary alone, the difference would be $128,100, so $128,100. That does not include benefits, that's just the salary. So right now we're proposing to have, for some of our building-based subs to increase and some to remain the same. And that is based on the number of certified staff in the schools. There was some also other data that was a part of those recommendations. And the total cost for benefits for building-based subs, this is not salary, this is just benefits for these amount of employees, would be $199,768. So it's $9,080 a person for health, individual health, so employee-only health and life insurance. We're also requesting a substitute teacher trainer. We have a job posting ready to go, effective tomorrow, to be able to hire. I know Markeisha, Director of HR, is listening at home. I said I was going to name drop her. And she's worked really hard on a posting, so we're ready to bring that forward if the board approves. And really wrap around our substitute teachers, provide, kind of an instructional coaching model where we would have some of our teacher leaders go into classrooms and provide feedback for growth for our substitute teachers, our building-based subs and district-wide subs, and daily subs if they're interested. So next steps, you had Katie and I worked together this week to anticipate any more questions you may have. And these were some of the things we talked about next week. So this was part 2, and this just has a few slides because the night is late. So these are the recommendations. Raise the daily sub rate from $130 a day to $150 a day. If daily subs work at least 10 of the 14 Mondays and Fridays, starting this Friday, October 21st to December 12th, the daily subs will receive an additional $250 on December 16th before winter break. We're hoping with this financial incentive that this would be a nice bonus before winter break and to help get our Mondays and Fridays covered. We'd provide 100% employee paid health and life insurance to each building-based and district-wide sub. We would post and hire teacher leaders for structured sub training and ongoing support. This is an unknown cost, but based on paying 5 teachers, maybe up to $3,000 each, and then also paying hourly for our subs to attend outside trainings. This is an approximate cost. And number 6, increase the number of building-based subs in many schools. So 5 building-based subs would be added. And so that total is the $173.5 for salary and benefits. Here was the slide that, again, I added it here to be able to reference it quickly of what we talked about. This is where it gets a little tricky, and I rely on my colleague Katie here for math because she knows how to do all the things in Excel that I don't know how to do. But the total spent in last school year on our day-to-day subs, so our subs who work when they want to work, they are not our building-based subs or long-term subs. So the total spent last school year was $361,286. But this is some subs were getting paid $130, some were getting paid up to the $145 depending on the level. So if you divide that by the lowest rate of the $130 a day, this would be 2,779 days worked. If we were to increase that daily sub rate, and all this is just approximate, because we don't know if people would work the exact amount of days that they worked last year. But since we were asked by board member Ogalski to see what would it be at 150, 155, 160 a day. So here's the approximate total that would be spent if our numbers were the exact same from last year, which is highly unlikely. So we could have at 150 a day, that potential increase from last year would be up by 55,000. But we're at 155, up by 69,000, and up to 160 a day for our day-to-day subs. It would be an increase of 83,374.
I have
So
a comment on that.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in because I did these calculations, but this is the maximum of the range. So if that's only if all of these people were only making the 130, which is the lowest rate, which most of them aren't. So those amounts actually are much less of an increase really overall. I just wanted to show you that maximum amount of the increase potentially. But because we budget these subs based on history, there's really, it's very much just an estimate. And basically, as Angie will refer to in the upcoming slides, we're really relying on the fact that we already know we have so many vacancies budgeted that we maybe didn't budget specifically for an increase in these subs, but we already have the budget available for all of these unfilled vacancies that we did budget for. So going forward, into future budget years, we'll need to adjust the budget accordingly if we retain these positions or retain these rates, which I'm assuming we will. And Angie can continue now, but I just wanted to say that that's the maximum of the range.
Okay. And so this was my math, so if it's wrong, let me know, Katie. But If we were to, I used the low range for that 55,582. That's if our daily sub rate was at 150 per day. That's what we would approximate if that's what it was. So then if we currently have 68 day-to-day subs. If all of them worked 10 out of the 14 Mondays and Fridays left for the remaining of this fall, that would be $17,000. Now, I don't think that all 68 are going to work 10 of the 14, but we would love them to if they're listening. Next, total insurance costs. So that's something we've already discussed. The salaries. So the insurance cost is up there, but then addition 5 building-based subs would add to that, and then a training program to grow the subs. So the proposals cost to the district would be the $420,000, $420,451. Again, this is approximate, and then the current vacancies. What Katie said that we budget for that is 50,000 teacher vacancy, and then we would need to add that $9,080. So that's the math that I did for the current vacancies. So we do have it in the budget. Substitute teachers are in at-will positions, and so we can. We haven't had to do it yet, but I mean we can riff these building-based subs if we get into a situation where we can't afford them for the next year. That is something that we can do in the March board meeting. And that's it. So, yeah, go ahead, Katie.
I just had one other comment. I mean, it may be wishful thinking that we can even recruit and hire 5 more building-based subs.
Right.
So, you know, we might be really wanting that, and I'm hopeful that with the addition of the health insurance benefits that we can actually do that and get some help for our teachers. But, you know, just because this says it's going to cost $420,000, I mean, there's still the process of actually hiring and recruiting them.
Yes, that's a great point.
Yeah.
And so, and something I forgot to mention just because I'm tired, but King School
too.
right now has a building-based sub posted, no applicants. And so if you're listening, we could really use your help at King School. And so again, a building-based sub is somebody who reports to that building every day. They're a staff member, and yes, and they haven't had one all year, and they report to the building every day. And then they are assigned a classroom. And so that's what the building-based subs do.
And another question that I didn't get to ask you before, and I don't know that it's really my turn to ask questions, but the 128,100 for the addition of the salaries, is that for a full school year? Because we actually are already 2 months in the school year, so we may not actually even spend all of that, even if we did recruit and hire them all. So I'm just saying that, like,
You're so smart. You
you
should
know,
be the
it's just
CFO.
a- it's just
It
an estimate.
was including the 174 days.
So-
That is the salary, and we're already past first quarter, so
Yeah.
that could be altered. Thank you for catching
yeah.
that.
So, no, it's okay. And I'm not trying to call
I don't
out your
care.
math because we did work
don't
on it
care.
together. But we're all tired and it's late. So no, I just wanted to make sure the board members knew that just because that might look like a big number, but if you really look at how much we have budgeted for all of these vacancies, it's not.
And we're still actively trying to recruit and fill the vacancies with certified staff members for our kids.
All right. Board members, questions?
I had a quick question. In any situations, have you ever moved a set building sub to another building? If you could not find anybody?
That's a really good question. And so UMS is probably our hardest to fill school. And so when it's just really short teachers, we will send out a plea to our other schools and our our other school administrators and clerical staff to ask for building-based subs to be sent to a school that we feel is in more need that day. So that is also something that we currently do.
And the building-based subs, I don't know if this is maybe what you're asking, Brenda, too, if they could request to be in a different place. So the reason King is short a building-based sub is the person that has been there requested to go somewhere else. So then it caused an opening there that we had to post. So that's why they're short one and haven't had one.
Okay. I was just curious. I was thinking about Wiley and the Urbana Early Childhood because I know they have fewer subs than a lot of the other schools. So I was thinking about that. And then I know there used to be traveling subs in the district where it was, you didn't really have a set building, but if you were certified, you were sent to a
We have
certain
districts,
school.
those are the district subs.
We still have 4 district subs Those aren't as popular because you don't have that consistency. When you go to work, you're going to a different building every day, and typically our district-wide subs turn into building-based subs or turn into long-term subs because it's nice to know where you're going to go to work every day and what you do. It's just easier to plan. It's easier to get to know the staff and feel part of a family. So there's that. And sometimes our building-based subs get recruited into long-term positions because the long-term subs are paid $220 a day. And if you don't need the health insurance right now, that's going to be your better option. But the issue with the long-term subs is they can end any time. So if we have somebody in a long-term sub right now, position, maternity leave, FMLA leave, or we'll be actively looking for December grads too if it's just a vacancy. So that long-term sub is not a permanent thing. It's more money at the time, but but we always find work for our long-term subs. We're able to ship them to other places if they want to continue to be a long-term sub.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
I appreciate you being able to give them some health insurance due to the high cost of that right now, and I think that's something maybe we need to look at also in the future. So, thank you.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to put it out there that I intend to move for the $160. I think Urbana needs to be paying the most in the area to do everything we can to put our money where our mouth is. So I'm just priming board members that that's coming. Feel free to discuss as you will, but I would like to see the higher rate, particularly when I look at the costs.
Yeah, normally.
Sure. And the only reason I did not, and I'm all about everybody making as much as they can. The only reason I, are you driving or am I driving? Go ahead, drive, John. One of the reasons why I didn't automatically request it is because I feel if we do that, we need to shift everybody else up. So if we're starting our subs at $160 a day, our retired subs are like our retired Urbana subs are making $170 a day, and part of the plan was not increasing them. And so if we are wanting, that's one of the reasons why. And I mean, I understand being the leader, totally get it. It's just that it has a ripple effect.
Go ahead, Katie.
I just had a comment, and I completely value that you value the subs so much, and I think we all do. But my concern about jumping to the 160 is that because of our local environment, and we don't have the funds to just continue to kind of jump up and up. And so if we wind up being a leader, you know, it's going to wind up setting the bar locally elsewhere, and then we won't be able to then jump up again. So I feel that it might give us a little bit more cushion or wiggle room to just at least make this move to be equal while we kind of see what plays out locally with the rest and know that we have a little more room in the tank.
And that's where Katie and I disagree, and that's okay. I like to offer as much as we can. It's just that if we do this, I feel like we need to adjust everything else, which if the board is okay with that, then that's what we can do. It's just that also I feel like I don't, for our support staff, like our TAs, where we're stating that we're paying $105, and if we, and those are equally important substitute positions. And so if we were to raise that 150 to 160 or whatever, I feel like that needs to be shifted up too. So I don't know if 155 is a compromise, Brian. Like I like being the best. I like being competitive. I just feel like it might have to alter other things.
What was that last thing you said also needs to be shifted up? You say TAs?
So our TA subs are being, right now in this
TA
proposal,
subs, so
TA
sub for a
subs.
TA.
No, yeah, TA, like a substitute
or a TA
TA.
who's serving as a sub.
No, it's somebody who is substituting for a teaching assistant. We are offering to pay them $105. We do have people that do that. We have retired TAs that will come back and sub, or we just have people that will do that because they don't have to have the bachelor's degree. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Todd, do you have something to share?
I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure that I'm awake for, and you can tell me if this was already answered, but I think I had alluded earlier to you today, Angie, about the question about building-based subs and how that was selected.
Mhm.
And I had one person ask me, is this based on enrollment? Because Some schools are very close together in the size of the professionals that they've got there in the enrollment, and yet one school would only get one building-based sub and the other one would get two. And, you know, is it chosen are all personnel, like extra clinical professionals and assistant principals and other like that, chosen on the same, you know, guidelines that building-based subs are? And is there a rationale for why there aren't more in some schools than there are in others?
Yeah, this is a great question, and I know that this is really personal to Wiley staff. And so the criteria that was used, and I think it's important to look at, so the number shared with the board and building administrators and UEA leadership talks about the number of certified staff. And so at Gerber School, we have 9 certified staff members, and they currently do not have a building-based sub, and we are not recommending for them to have a building-based sub. At Urbana Early Childhood, we have 21 certified staff members. Now again, this is certified staff. Not all certified staff need a substitute if they are absent. For example, instructional coaches, sometimes interventionists. It's just there's different positions in the school. Okay, so at Wiley, we have 27 certified staff members. We value our certified staff members, and we recognize that sometimes people get pulled to do internal subbing and so on, but we have 12 classrooms at Wiley. And we have currently 1 building-based sub there, and we're requesting for that to stay the same, so early childhood in Wiley, we're continuing the request to be 1. At King, we have 35 staff members, and we are requesting for that to go up to 2. And right now, in a perfect world, like if we can get all of our building-based subs that we're recommending filled, we can revisit other building-based sub opportunities and options for schools. But right now, we really want to prioritize the schools and the students that have the most need. It's kind of like the analogy that Ravi was sort of alluding to, where in the elementary buildings, equality would be giving every elementary school the same number of substitute teachers. But if we look at it through an equity lens, we're giving each building the amount of subs that they need based on what that building needs. And so at Urbana Middle School and Urbana High School, the amount of certified staff there, they need 3. And before, Urbana High School only had 2, and we're requesting to raise it at 3. At Urbana Middle School, it's still a high need, but we're still keeping it at 3 based on trying to keep some costs down. And so if we can get all of these filled, then we can revisit. I mean, if this is something that works and the adding of health insurance benefits works to attract people, I think that the idea of adding more building-based subs to different buildings to be more kind of full-time substitutes is something that is worth exploring further, because it keeps our internal sub costs down and it helps cover our classrooms so teachers aren't burnt out and administrators are not subbing. We have a lot of administrators subbing in classrooms right now. They don't get paid to do that. It's just part of the gig, and then their stuff that they need to do during the day gets pushed to evening, weekend times. I mean, same for teachers. But it's exhausting right now. So we're hoping that this approach works. But that was how we decided it. It wasn't based on student enrollment. It was based on certified staff numbers,
And
along with the
like
other data,
a
other
teacher-
absence data.
yeah, I was
Yep.
gonna say absence
Teacher
data.
absence data,
Teacher attendance
teacher attendance, looking at internal sub sheets, and that data at Wiley wasn't as of a great as need as some of our elementary buildings at this time, and that can always be re-explored.
And the nice thing is, if we raise our rate to 155 or 160, we'll be attracting more subs, and that will also help Wiley. So, yep.
Right. Anyone else? All right, thank you. We'll be voting on this later tonight. There are, okay, now we move to our consent agenda action items. 11.1 are our minutes from our September 20th business meeting and October 11th study session. We have bills and checks, ed fund bills to the tune of 1.3 million, O&M fund bills for $360,000, transportation fund bills for $10,248, working cash bonds for $225,000, school occupancy tax for $213,000, tort for $40,000, payroll for $4.8 million in Urbana adult education for $138,000. We have various personal items that were attached to our packets. It was an interfund loan from O&M to working cash for $500,000. There was some administrative personnel items as well. Do you wish to chime in on that, Angie?
Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Todd Taylors has announced some exciting news. So that was in our administrative personnel items. He's announced his retirement in next summer. So I don't know if you noticed you were on the personnel. Okay. So we're excited for your next adventure and more time to spend with family and doing fun things.
We will miss you here, though, Todd.
Yeah. Well, he's not gone yet, guys. But yeah, we can clap for you, kind of. All right, thanks.
I know it's late in the evening. I just wanted to say, again, reiterate what Angie said. It has to do with a number of personal and family concerns that I'm anticipating taking more of my time in the future. And that also, when Dr. Ivory Tatum and I talked, my intent in letting her know very early was to make sure that the next person filling the position was the best possible person for the job, give time for search, and give time for some transition throughout next summer, because there's a lot of complicated pieces to this position.
Well, it doesn't shock me you put the district first yet again. So thank you for giving us plenty of time.
Thank you, Todd.
Appreciate that.
11.6 is approval for hazardous areas for transportation. 11.7 is a renewal of our MTD contract to the tune of $180,239. And there's a new activity account, two of them, one for the class of 2026 and the Royal Diamonds Dance Club and Step Team, both at Urbana High School. So that is our consent agenda from tonight. Does anybody wish to move an item off of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the board will entertain a motion to approve this consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Hassanadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes yes. Vice President Exum?
Yes.
And President Pulaski?
Yes, the gifts tonight is CU donated handmade winter hats to Wiley Elementary School. They entertain a motion to receive the gifts and send out a thank you note.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12.2, substitute pay insurance substitute teachers trainers request. I would look at Brian for a motion.
So moved with the modification. I still would like to modify it at 160, but we have discussion, but
That's
so,
what it's for.
yep,
is-
so
is
I
it-
move to accept Angie's recommendation with modification to up the pay to 160 a day.
Is there a second for this motion?
I second.
Okay, so now it's time for discussion. Does anybody have any objections or concerns with regards to that or wanting to wait?
I do.
Go for it.
I'm with Katie. I believe that we need to up it but stick within our boundary. The thing that really concerns me is I'm afraid once we get up there, we won't be able to have any wiggle room, and we're going to have to do like a shift of everything. The other thing that kind of concerns me is the healthcare costs, because we all know it's on the rise. And so I'm concerned about what our insurance will be. I am concerned about subs. That is very important. But I'm afraid if we go too high, we won't have very much wiggle room left. And I've had to be on a board before where we've had to do a lot of major, major cuts, and that is not fun at all. I mean, I was on this board, and I believe Jennifer was still here at the time, and we had to cut massively. I mean, from the top down, it was not fun. So I'm in favor of the 155.
So
150 or 150?
So the original administrative proposal was 150, and Brian's motion was for 160, and you're,
I'm in the middle at 155.
okay. Well,
So-
thank you.
just to play numbers game, we're talking then about $14,000 maximum is the difference between what I suggested and what Brenda did. So when we're talking about massive cuts, just let's keep 14 isn't that right? $14,000 roughly, if everything, so keep that in perspective as we're making this decision.
Can I just also offer, I'm not a mathematician, but am I right in assuming that the more permanent hires we get, the less we're relying on that substitute pay in the first place, right? So the 160.
The internal sub.
Sorry, yes. If we hire people, that's taking money out of our ed fund, but then we're not even using it out of the sub fund because we've got permanent positions taken up, right?
I mean,
Or-
if you're concerned with saving money, we want to hire all the subs we can and not hire permanent staff, but that's not what we want.
I don't want to save money. I want to get permanent staff.
Yeah, we want staff.
But I'm hoping that we can grow our own and that this is going to not be needed.
All right.
So Brian, to your point about the 14,000, I kind of hearing what Katie's saying, that as soon as we do this, Champagne's gonna up theirs, and if we start at 160 and they say, okay, Urbana's going to 160, we're going to 165, then we have already, now we're kind of trying to play Trump, right? But if we go to 155 and they join us, then it does give us a little wiggle room to go to 160. Just
I hear all that, and here's
Yes.
there is a statute of limitations on how high people can go. So I'm saying, let's be bold. This is a night of bold, right? Let's push the boundary here and see what it does. They're not going to, I just can't imagine a world in which we're going to be battling to pay $500 a day, right? I mean, it's not going to go there.
Am I allowed to say one more thing? So Brian, I'm going to capitalize on this. So I'm all for that. That's fine. I would just also recommend, because we would really, for any retired Urbana teachers who may be listening, or if you know them, let them know to listen. I would recommend that we would raise theirs from 170 also up so that we can get some of our retired teachers back in the classrooms. I don't know if an additional $10 would help, but I think we need to differentiate between the 160 and 170.
And I haven't done the math on that, but I imagine it's also probably going to be in the 14,000 to 20,000 range, and is probably, in the grand scheme of things, not going to break the budget. But, Brenda does have a point. We don't know what the future is. We only know what we can do this budget year. But, I mean, that's part of the thing that's nice about the subs is that they can be retracted. And, it's going to fill a need this year that, and hopefully we won't have to, and we can accommodate them and serve our schools the best that we can.
Right, so the chair is going to ask Brian if he wishes to amend his motion to include a $10 an hour raise, or $10 a day raise, excuse me, for our retired subs.
I surely do.
And I'm approaching you as a second. Do you also approve this friendly amendment?
So, to be clear, that would mean still standing at 160, Brian's proposal, and then going to 180. Yes, I'm fine to second that, but if it sounds like we have to dial it back a little bit to get a consensus,
Okay, so we have two in favor of that proposal so far, and any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
What does that pool of retired teachers look like?
Very small.
Okay.
But I just want to respect them and call them and tell them more
I
money.
I'm not disagreeing at all, but they should not be that close, so
Yeah.
And
There's
then
not
we
many.
need to make a difference.
they get the additional, because a lot of them they like being retired, so they don't particularly sub on Mondays and Fridays. So now with this new incentive about if you sub on Mondays and Fridays, they can get $250 for their holiday shopping.
Right. And special thanks to Principal Jackson at DPW, who suggested doing something to incentivize Mondays and Fridays. And special thanks to Dr. Avery Tatum, who suggested the little incentive before winter break. So it was a team effort.
All right, back to the board members. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
So Katie, you're comfortable with that piece?
Don't ask her that.
Because your opinion's important to me.
Well, thank you. But, I mean, I think the last slide that showed that we do have this budgeted for this year. I mean, the likelihood of filling all 39 vacancies and utilizing this money, and I mentioned to Angie, I mean, the issue is future years and what we plan to do and able to accommodate. But, we'll cross that bridge when we come, but I don't think that this is going to be something that we can't overcome.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions? This will take a roll call vote.
Member Hassanadka?
Yes.
Member Hall?
yes.
Member Orr?
Yes.
Member Ogalski?
Yes.
Member Carter votes, it's late, I'm gonna vote yes. Vice President Exum
I'm a yes.
and President Pulaski.
Yes, this motion passes.
That's a mic drop.
Okay, we are done with our,
Come Southern Urbana.
all right, we're done with our individual action items. There's a call for a special meeting on Monday for student discipline. On Tuesday, there is a district parent-teacher advisory committee meeting from 6 to 7:30, and I believe there will be another special meeting for student discipline on Wednesday, October 26th. Superintendent's report.
Okay, very quickly. So today was Prize Patrol Day, and so I'm only posting one picture because a lot of teachers have not received their grants. This is Miss Jerday's class. She teaches dance and drama. She got a huge grant to buy culturally relevant puppets. Have you ever heard of that, right? Like, yeah, I was excited about that. So everyone in her class could be on the got a photo release, so we just took all the pictures. But there will be more coming. All Urbana schools received at least one CU Schools Foundation grant, which is exciting. They're going to be putting out an official press release on Thursday. 72 Urbana teachers received grants. All 29 of our first-year teachers are receiving a classroom startup grant for $1,000. So thank you, CU Schools Foundation. These have videos more so for when these go public tomorrow. So there's a video of, these are from the Latine history, heritage, that should say. I'm going to fix that before tomorrow. Heritage Assembly at UHS. So it was live streamed if you didn't watch it. Maybe, John, when we share this with the BOE update, we can put the link so people can watch the whole program. On Thursday, one of our students, Amari Johnson, Tori's daughter actually, was highlighted in today's News Gazette. She, in collaboration with some of our counselors, organized, and mostly she did. I was going to say mostly her, helping her fellow students. And I remember her talking about this during COVID, right? Because we couldn't do any traveling. They couldn't go on any of their college trips. And so this is an opportunity for those students who are seniors now and maybe some juniors to get to visit. Everyone should get an opportunity, Mari said in the paper today, to know more about HBCUs. So they're going to be able to do that on Thursday. So congrats to Amari for taking the initiative. You can still sign up at that link. So we'll share that out again tomorrow. And that is in the gym at UHS. And yay to UMS cross country, woohoo! So they placed 15th and best finish at state ever. And that was confirmed, if anybody remembers Todd Searing. So Maggie reached out to Todd, and who is in Pennsylvania or somewhere, Ohio. He was in Pennsylvania. That 15th overall finish is the best that they've ever had. So congrats to the boys UMS cross country team. And next, we have some overall finalists. So congrats to Arlen Orr, 7th overall in the 2 mile. So yay, congrats to Arlen. I saw him today in his class. And to Marley Yao. 19th overall in the 2 mile. So congrats to them. We'll have to have them come and show their medals at maybe one of our recognition nights. We had swim and dive senior night last week. So congrats to Hadley and Elena and Tessa. So congrats to them. And I think that is it. Equity focus groups are going on during the day, every day this week, for students and teachers, in the evening for parents. Friday we'll be delivering all of our principal appreciation recognition items. We appreciate our administrators so much for everything that they do. It is already time for conferences next week, and then soon after, Staff Development Day.
All right, so we had FOIA requests that were received and fulfilled. One from Joseph Smith for all employment applications materials, including applications, cover letters, resumes, recommendation letters, and any additional documents submitted by Adriana Ochoa in English and Spanish for all positions applied for and hired for within the Urbana School District system. Another from Joseph Smith, copies of all meeting notes from all meetings of the Dual Language Committee for all years of its existence. One from Ruth Kantorowicz, request all documents on research collaboration agreements between USD 116 signed at any administration level and any research groups or individuals that involve the dual language and or bilingual programs in the district for the time period between 1999 and 2022. Michelle Nelson, data supporting the statements from the district's website to include current assessment data, dual language students of all racial, ethnic, and linguistic backgrounds on average are on par or outperforming district averages of students in English-only classrooms developing bilingual, biliterate skills and achieving well academically in both languages. And lastly, from Ruth Kantorowicz, demographics, date in ISB's SIS student demographics, EL data, and access score from the EL screening. Board reports. Anybody have a board report tonight?
I just want to say a quick shout out to all of our students from the academic awards night at Urbana High School. I was very proud to see so many of them listed.
That's great. Yeah, it was wonderful to see. The chair would entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you for staying.